to Khy's Musings.
Oh,
This is Bruce from the Only Hands account, and with me tonight is our friend and companion Chimerian. How
yep,
are you, sir?
I'm all right.
Good deal. Did you have a busy week?
It was a busy one. Today was just as much.
Smushed? What do you mean?
No, just as much as busy. So
It was your day off today, wasn't it?
yeah, but I had to go pack up for the flea market tomorrow.
Are you going to flea markets now, or are
Yeah,
you a vendor?
vendor at one every
Really?
every last Sunday of the month. I'm
I was not aware that you did that.
yep,
Do you like it?
yes.
Is this in Peoria or is this East Peoria?
Metro Center, East Peoria. I'm sorry, Metro Center, Expo Gardens, Peoria.
Hey, crafty gamer, how are you doing, sir? Um, this is a interesting development. I didn't know you did that. I would have never thought you'd done that.
Nah, we go through junk. I throw old stuff all the time and sell it off. So we kind of do it for as intermediaries for a lot of people in the local area who don't have the time or effort and energy to be able to do do flea markets or eBaying, and we just do it all for them.
Yeah, I'm beginning a new endeavor myself of trying to do painting commissions and such. And a friend of mine's like, just tell you what, I'll order through this store, but I'll have you pick it up, and whenever you're done painting it, I'll let me know what shipping cost is, because
That's
getting a form or automated form on my on a web page isn't difficult, but I haven't explored enough to really set one up yet.
nope.
So kind of like what you're doing there, but you're doing yours like literally up front and personal, which is cool.
Yeah, sitting out there in public and being just like, "Do you like it?" And yeah, people drop that stuff off, and we just carry it out to the market and sell it. We keep a share of it, and they get the most, and we get some of it. So yeah,
You have to have a handling fee. I mean,
right,
you're putting your fuel out there. Come on.
right. I mean, right now we don't have high dreams for it, but mostly it's just shooting for did we cover gas and gas and table costs? All right, we're good. If we get bonus money to to go out to eat afterwards, cool.
At least, if nothing else, you make enough to where you can do a couple nights over at Kroger. You know,
That's exactly what. And with how much it costs to eat out and how much food costs, yeah, cover some. I put a dent in the bills. That's all we put it. That's all we do it for. What's up, Jeremy?
it's not a bad venture. I wish you the best on that. I When I lived in Peoria, there was a girlfriend I had at the time that she was big into going to the auction house on Sunday, and come find out the auction house is owned by one of the guys that had one of the storage facilities in town.
Mm-hmm.
So he was just cleaning out, and whatever wasn't picked up within 6 months, he was having us pick it up, or he was selling it at the auction. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize you could do that sort of grift.
That's honestly a lot of the. There's so many cube market cube spaces and store U-Haul storage spaces. They're everywhere. They're in all the old big box stores that have all closed down. They bought them out and turned them into those, and they always did offer you the same thing: get you that first month free,
Mm-hmm.
and you move all your shit in there, and you pay a month or two, then you forget about it, and they just there and go. And I'm thinking that it's all part of a big grift. Like this, thanks to people like Storage Wars, I'm
Mm-hmm.
making it so fucking popular that it's like, oh, good, you left all your personal effects behind. Now I get to auction it all off. and they make no money off of the actual rental fees, but I guarantee they're making it all on auction house, on auction,
Yeah.
it all off. They make $800, $900 a cube. What and thanks to again thanks to the History Channel making it so popular that everyone wants to get in on it, and well, it's making the used junk trade profitable.
As long as you're covering your bases, I don't have a problem. It's
It
when people start selling things prematurely, like, hey, my rent wasn't up yet. Oh, it wasn't. Oh, damn it. I just sold this Topps baseball card collection from 1974. Really?
yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So, on in Chimerian's musings, was there anything in particular you wanted to talk about?
Nah, if anything caught your attention, cool. I just throw things up there randomly. I mean this past week had a cool conversation, a big conversation on armor and all that stuff, which was kind of neat. And me rambling about how much fun it is to play the bad guys in a GI Joe camp RPG, and reading more into the that I didn't cover it in. I mentioned this behind the scenes on Thursday. I reading more into it. It's a role playing game that only uses D4s because
What?
they're the only yeah only D4s, all D4s, and in my mind, it's only because D4s are the only dice that draw blood. All your other whippy dice are all round and soft. D4s fucking stab you. They're sharp. They're
Part of
caltrops.
me wants to laugh, and the other part of me wants to cry because I know that pain.
We've all stepped on one.
Do you remember nights at the dinner table when the characters would really fuck up? They would have to do the walk of 1,000 four-siders.
Yes.
Okay.
My ex-roommate broke the one rule of the apartment, which was no blood in the carpet, because he set on a D4 and it went right into his heel. And he was bleeding all over the place because it wasn't a shallow stab. And because he walked heavy and went right onto it. Blood everywhere. And I'm sitting here going, hold the fuck down so I can bandage your foot, damn it. Because he's freaking out because I guess to him he's never had a very deep bleeding wound before. And I'm
That
sitting
is
here going,
funny. I'm sorry. I want to laugh.
oh no, I kept berating him afterwards, going, "You broke the one rule of the fucking apartment: no blood in the carpet," which was a long running joke that we had, which was simply, you could do whatever you want, punch a fellow player, do whatever the fuck you want to harm anybody else, but remember, no blood in the carpet because it's a pain in the ass to get off. I get out, and so it was like it spelled out to my players and my guests that, look, you can say whatever the fuck you want, but remember, they're allowed to punch you, and I won't stop them. And when you put the threat of physical violence, it's like no. I'm totally okay if you besmirch somebody else's honor and make them feel horrible, and their only recourse is to punch you black and blue. Remember, just don't blow on the carpet. I don't want to explain anything to the cops. I don't want evidence behind. And suddenly everyone gets a whole lot more polite and nice because they know the other person will actually could just reach over and hit them. And I'm okay with it. And I had plenty of blunt objects around the apartment just for that purpose. And yeah, it made things very civil, very cordial. And it just made things just polite. And I liked it.
Polite is a good way to do it.
Yeah. Everyone operates better with the fear of violence, in the room.
there's somebody out there that just got upset because they recognize what you. Oh my God, no, you can't do that. No, 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 no. Operate with the threat of violence. Seriously.
It is. It's a great standard, and like it's just that it's a fun little point of hitting, and it makes everyone just civil, social, and wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
It I think I've only ever had it come up once, and it was just a simple one punch, and it was over. And the person realized, "Oops, I made a mistake." There you go. Don't get cocky, fucker.
I was over at Bear GM, Bear the Gen X GM. You know who that is?
Yeah, yeah. I
Throw
haven't
on his
watched much of
face
his
a little
stuff.
bit. Say again.
I haven't watched much of his stuff, but yeah,
He's got a system coming out that looks kind of interesting. I'm not really a super fan of it, but it's like a 2 die 10, one subtracts from the other, and then you add your bonuses, and that should give you your amount. It's interesting. Interesting little system. Um,
yeah.
looks very simple, like
The
type of game Mike would want to play.
the
Nothing
gods of
wrong with
metal
it. Say again.
the gods of metal RPG is quite simple. You roll d4s, and you're looking for fours and no ones. That's all you're looking for. Fours are successes. Ones are misfortunes, and twos and threes are just meh, whatever's. And I'm like, this is pretty cool. Okay.
There was a joke somewhere somewhere in my Grognardia stuff. There's a joke about people playing Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition that they should just replace all the dice with D4s because a 1 means oh you lose and you get punched in the face but you're fine. A 2 or 3, yeah, no big deal. A 4, you kill everybody. You kill everybody in the most gratuitously violent way possible.
Yeah.
And that was in essence how you played the 5th edition D&D.
This one just digested down to, look, we already play. I play this way, and when you simplify it all down, I, yeah, honestly, you just simplify the dice, and you roll a number of dice equal to your skill plus stat, and you're looking for four. I had fours and hoping for no ones. That's all. And here's the best part: the game has this altar system going on, where where if you get more successes than you need, you can actually offer up the extra successes to as tribute to the altar, and for other people in your band to be able to call upon. Because the whole game is about cooperating as a band. Because it's not a party, it's the band. And the idea that you're supposed to be synergizing with other players. So you're trying to, like, if you're playing the bassist or rhythm guitarist, you're here to play support for the lead. Or for the lead vocalist, or the drummer's just here to, set down the bass line for everything, and you're setting up all your power moves. And a lot of these moves have costs that are way higher than you're going to be able to roll off of your basic skill checks. And so the idea is you're building up to the point when something awesome is going to, when the song breaks into its badass moments. Because that's the entire, you're swinging your swords around, and the game's like, well, what about my individual weapon? Like, what weapons can I use? And the game literally just says, whatever the fuck you feel like you want to have describe your badass moments. Like, if you want your battle axe to be your guitar to be a battle axe, and while you're fighting, it does cool shit. Cool. A drummer who's playing, whose weapon is a machine gunner, and they're actually able to fire it off in tune with the song. Laying down the beat with a 50 caliber machine gun. Fuck yeah! Describe however you want to describe it. And I'm sitting here going, well, I know Sabaton already did that where they put their lead drummer on an electric drum set, and then they replaced all the sounds with various gunfire sounds for one of their songs. So when you're hearing that with that song, when you're hearing the drummer playing, it's the sound of gunfire going off. Various either big heavy high caliber rounds with I had small high pitched rounds being for his crash cymbals. He's got it's all set up to where it sounds like gunfire, but you don't hear it because it blends in with the music, and I'm sitting going, that's actually pretty cool. And it's like, it's not about simply can I roll max damage and did I hit you for all your hit points. No, it's all about setting up cool effects, and of course, it's like, and some, at one point, one player might want to do something really awesome, and it builds up towards that point. And I'm sitting here going, this is a pretty good game engine for purposes of hard boiling into the idea that you're part of something. You're not just one guy. Yeah, you go out there and solo everything, whatever. There's always that one fucker who's going to go out there and do his power solo. But it pulls away from the idea that, yeah, you as an individual are awesome, but you don't have. But the game isn't built around, I have built myself out to be the most awesome. I've cracked the engine. I am the, like, I can only miss on a 2. Like on a 2 or a 1, I miss. I hit on an 8, on a 3 or higher on a D20, and I do all the damage in the entire universe. So the fuck what? And yay, you whatever. And it pulls away a lot from that. And for me, who's bored with normal game engine, with normal RPGs, this is a fantastic. Do I want this to be my main RPG of choice? No. But would this be a great change of pace? Yes. Hell yes. And now that I've sat down and read more through it, it opens up the idea that, yeah, this game, is written from the point of view of metal, but you can also, if you put enough creativity into it, put it for other music genres. So therefore, if you got some players who are like, I'm not that big into metal. I know, hard to understand for role players, but you could easily run it. Write up new gods, write up new powers, and go, no, this is now a country western themed game. Or it's just any game where you're rebelling against the mundane gears of society that are just crushing you down. And since music is always about, that act of passion, rebellion, and energy, defiance against the system, against the man, because you really don't see a lot of corpo approved, just stay in line, be bored, be part of the machine music. You don't see that. That's not, nowhere do you see that. So the idea that this game is all about music is simply, as long as you come up with the good puns to make, that call back to a certain part of that genre and then play it out, it's a great change of pace. And so I said, I could easily see someone doing a version of this game for rap, for country, for blues, or whatever the fuck, other world expansions of other genres, because it hints at the idea that there were a whole slew of genres and a whole slew of chords and music that was out there, but the corporations came in and killed everything and left everyone, in the drudgery of mundania. But in its last gasp of life, the cord of creativity, before it died, scattered itself into all the people of mundania, so that way they could possibly find a point of rebelling against the system and freeing themselves from it, which is the whole point of what the world of Ragnarok is. It's where the avatars of all these people who are trying to rebel against the machine are going to go and live their more awesome life and inspire themselves to resist the powers of mundania in the real world. And I'm like, this is a cool meta system. I like this.
It sounds interesting. Very different.
Yeah, but you gotta be in that mindset of what musical rebellion is. Like, if you're just somebody who goes, I like capitalism. I like working three jobs a week and making all the money but having no free time. I like being a zombie who drinks coffee to continue to survive and go to work endlessly so I can afford my one weekend a year vacation off and to go fuck themselves land and go post awesome pictures about my sports ball game I went to this weekend, because that's all I can do is work myself to death, and go watch sports ball. Fuck that. This is about everybody else. This is about everybody else who's been marginalized and being ground down by the system. I like this. I like an RPG about rebellion like this. This isn't just like you could be Conan the Barbarian. You know, your avatar could be Conan the Barbarian, but he's got a fucking guitar. Fuck you. He worships the. I like the gods are out there, but fuck them. You don't need them. Hell, make your own god. Become your own god. Fucking make your own genre. Go become awesome. Don't do fucking like. Don't just wait. I wait for don't just put your time in and wait to become awesome. Become awesome. Like, don't go, well, in 8 levels I can become awesome. No, you gotta build up. You gotta build up your notoriety. You gotta work on making yourself awesome. You can't just sit there in the background and go, I'm just gonna play covers at a local sports bar, and that's how I'll make my get by. Yeah, I'm gonna sing Burgers in Paradise. Yeah, people will like this. No, fuck that. Go out there and do your own shit.
I just recognize like the Sounds of War is the song you're talking about for Sabaton.
Yeah,
that's got the the percussion the way you want it.
Yeah, so it's like I love this idea. I mean, mind you, I'm also a huge Metalocalypse fan, so the idea that a band that's so awesome that it's changing reality, fuck yeah. And
I wish Metalocalypse was real.
Was that?
I wish Metalocalypse was real.
I wish it was too. I want a band that just flies in and drops themselves onto the audience from a giant, huge helicopter and crushes everyone so they can see a coffee jingle. Fuck yeah.
They could sing a coffee jingle.
Yeah, the original the original short, which was Duncan Hill's Coffee. They
Duncan Hill's Coffee.
Duncan Hill's Coffee. That was the original pilot episode short. Was them? Was thousands of people going up to some Arctic hellhole so they can go listen to Duncan Hill's Metalocalypse sell coffee. I'd hear Death Clock sell coffee, or they have where they have a concert where they raise a lake troll, or sing an entire concert in the port of Danzig to the ocean because fish are fucking metal. Why the fuck not? Or when they drop a long ship in the middle of the Amazon and try to but they missed the river and had to go ride the giant Viking longship through the Amazon, destroying everything, so they can get to the ocean, so they can do the proper concert. Why the fuck are we not this is the most bad? Why is this not real? Fuck all of our safety rules. I want the stage to collapse and kill 1,000 onlookers and have everyone else cheering the fact that there's blood, gore, and death now. And everyone's fucking happy. Everyone's just like, well, that's just normal, rather than, oh God, 5 people were trampled. It's such a catastrophe. Fuck no. I want this to be awesome. Awesome, damn it. I miss the giant walls of the fucking mosh pits were like the walls of death that were happening, where it's like, all right, one half goes to the left, one half goes to the right, and when I say charge into each other, they fucking just boom, there's just fucking shit happening, and they're just Now it's like everyone needs to be very polite and careful. Our insurance doesn't allow us to have fun anymore. Corporate America, Atlanta just fucking. Yes, Duncan Hill's Coffee. Yep. But yeah, that's just everything's so fucking pussified now, and everything's so fucking wimpy, and I'm like, this is kind of crap. But that's okay, because that's what our corporate media sponsors want, which is just shit. Oh well.
I don't even know. That makes me so sad. Between your rant and fucking Death Clock, I almost don't even want to have a stream anymore. I just want to go sulk in my corporate. I need to go sulk in some corporate suds in the bathtub, and My life isn't over. I don't work 50 hours a week for nothing. I'm a big boy and I
You're
have
a
a
big
rock
boy.
hard dick.
That's right.
I do good things. I do good things.
That's right.
uh,
Hey, the good RPGs make you think. The good RPGs and the good shows make you think about things, and then you sit and go, "Oh God, am I really just a tool who's part of the machine, and I'm happy about it because I get my pittance of crumbs, and I'm so happy. Oh yay! I'm so happy I get to be part of this system." But don't worry, everyone loves it. It's great.
so I was thinking about talking about gameography or game theory and shit. Didn't know if you had anything on your board. Uh, the reason why is that Bear was just talking to me. He's like, "That's cool that you have your own idea for what D&D is, Bruce, but my game doesn't have a fucking thing to do with D&D. It's just an RPG. There's nothing about D&D in it. Yours is D&D with extra steps." And I'm like, but he's right.
The thing here is that so many people, when I see their RPGs that they create, really are just D&D with a new coat of paint on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, so which version of D? Whenever I hear a new RPG, I'm always like, so which version of D&D are we playing? Because we always come back to the same steps.
Yeah.
Because honestly, everyone, if you're in this hobby, you like the vast majority of us like traditional fantasy.
We like at least the founding of our odyssey or of our journey in RPGs.
Right. And so we enjoy it. Like no matter what flavor of it. Palladium is just I know everyone's like Palladium system. It's really just look, it's D&D with a different flavor attached to it. Yes. You did magic a little different. Combat is still slightly combat-y. It's got a few little differences. My new RPG is pretty much D&D with a reskin that you use some of the optional rules to make it a bit like yours. Well, my game isn't D&D. No, yours is just a D&D second with some extra steps in it. Yeah, it is. Because
do you remember Battle Force for BattleTech?
Yes.
Where you had segments for various speeds of weapons and such. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was an interesting little deviation from the game, from the basic game. It actually made weapons a little bit like there was actually some reason to take other weapons besides simply. It made the machine gun cool, rather than just simply that annoying weapon that blows up really, really spectacularly. Mm-hmm. One ton of machine gun ammo is literally the most destructive thing on the entire battlefield if it explodes. But that one gave you reasons to actually fire it because it was so fast firing it could chew through things like it was no one's business. Suddenly, machine guns were actually cool. Weapons big guns not so cool because it had our classic weapon speed, which I liked how the game that I'm making has weapon speeds and action speeds. I've always liked the idea of of the wheel where you roll, you figure out where you first activate on the wheel, and from that point forward, you just move on the wheel. And as the wheel goes around in circles, whenever it comes up to your next number, that's when you go next. And then you just keep on moving that wheel around. And so everyone has their own little points. So like we go, okay, from one to however how many numbers you want to have on the wheel, you know, and then it resets back to one. When you hit 20, goes to one, or 12, 12 goes to one, and then you just continually go around this clock. Fast, small, deadly little weapons become a whole lot more cooler when, well, I get four stabs in before the guy with the two hander, who on paper looks like he's the most destructive weapon in the universe and will hit for all of. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
Um, but
Yeah, like a two-handed sword looks like it's really deadly, but it's
but
got like a
it,
10 to 15 second wind-up time.
right. So I mean, you might have abilities that if you're a really good fighter, you know, you're looking at the idea that these are things that I would put in, like pommel striking, so that way you can stun somebody. With either a two-hander to pommel strike someone or to knee someone, to buy time, to push them out of their groove, so that way you can make up time to get your good strike in.
Yeah,
You know, to it isn't just simply power attack, power attack, power attack, which you know if you're a spy hander user and you're just running around slashing through people's pipe walls, that's a good strategy. But if you're in a one-on-one duel, you might need to actually look at various stances you got to move around in. Sorry, I played a lot of 7th Sea, and 7th Sea is all about dueling and doing weird ass shit. And
yeah,
the entire Eisen nation, there's an entire sword school about two-handed using. Everyone else is. I'm doing these cool rapier fencing moves that are all super duper fast, and I auto win. And then you had the German guy the Eisen two-hander user, who walks in there and beating it's like, depending on his stance, he's either offensive, defensive, or in flexible mode, and each of them provide little things you can do to either increase your parry, increase your options, and then swing in hard. Switch stance, swing in hard, decapitate someone, and then swing back into another stance really fast, quickly. And as you work your way up, you get more options. So it's like, I want to see that kind of stuff, or I want to, like, having been beaten up by a few people who were shield users. Watch it is like, yeah, he's got his sword in one hand, or a flail or a hammer in one hand. He's got a shield in his other. Oh, you're gonna taste that shield far more often than you're gonna taste his weapon, because he's gonna fucking knock your senses in with a shield bash, then stun you, put you lead into it, push you off balance, and then open you up so that way he can just clock you upside the head or run you through, clock you upside of the mace, or run you straight through with a sword, and ow, it hurts. And especially if it was a big dude who's got a lot of mass on you, he's gonna fucking do this. And trust me, that guy with a shield is a lot more agile than you think he is. It's like, oh, he's got a shield. All he can do is wash one arc. Oh, fuck no. That fucker can pivot on his foot like a basketball player dribbling. He's like, that shield is going everywhere. He is hiding behind it, especially the guys with the fucking like the big heater shields or a big tower shield. Those guys are, yeah, they're a little slow, but they got fucking half their body covered. How the fuck are you gonna go up? Are you gonna go over it? No, you gotta find somebody to bash that fucker out of the way so you can open him up and get to him. Like, there's ways of making combat far more interesting than the static, boring D&D system where I have shield. Shield gives me a +2 to my defense. I stand there. I'm wearing armor. I have a little bit of dex. That provides negligible bonus, because honestly, the +2, +4 defense that you get from dex is nothing compared to the +8 you're getting for wearing full armor. And oh no, I get a +1. So you build your character out to, well, I don't need anything better than a +12 to my dex because I'm wearing full plate for the rest of my life, and I don't need. Well, come on, come on, this is what character generation does. Once you put an arbitrary max dex into your character, into an armor set, you are broadcasting to the player that if you're playing a shield fighter or a plate wearer, never put a 12 higher than a 12 in your decks ever. You will never.
In I think a third or Pathfinder, the magical armors would make your armor check penalties go up by one too, wouldn't they?
Yeah. No. They did not. You need mithril armor, which was so expensive, and nobody ever had mithril full plate.
No, I've
So
never
if
seen mithril full play. I've seen mithril shirts.
Yeah, but you'll never see a mithril full plate. You might get a master work, which ups it by one. But since most GMs are going to be like, nah, everything's we're chintzy and we're basing our and we're either going to have it handed to you because honestly, um, I don't know about other players, but boy, I have a certain I I get sickened and pissed off about items that are tailored to me, handed to me. So say I like it's like okay, so I just happened to find this adamantine full plate. Have I seen any of this? Have I seen anywhere else in the world anyone else using adamantine full plate, or have I seen anyone in the world using mithril full plate? But no, because I'm playing a heavy assault fighter, wearing this, it magically drops. But nobody else in the world has it. The only sin of this has been found in some ancient cave shit on by trolls, but I found it. Oh, awesome! Who made it? Where did it come from? Why are there no more copies of it? Was this the only one ever made? Because you'll never see another one like it. And it ruins the immersion for the world that has this is a tailored item just for me and just for my part. Each item has been tailored to the player and to the party. At that point, I just go, no, bullshit. Nobody else in the world uses that weapon. Why would nobody else has it? Nobody else uses it. Where the fuck did it come from? How the fuck if I have a player who goes, I'm going to use this really rare weapon this Khopesh that's from nobody else has a Khopesh. No one else is going to see a Khopesh, but I'm using it. But somehow one magically appears in your treasure hoard. I found a Khopesh. It's a +1. It's a +2 Khopesh of sharpness. Where the fuck did it come from? Why the hell is it? We're totally in a culture. The culture of this area is not here. Well, it might have been captured by trade. Why? Where are the rest of them? Where are the other ones like it? This is an obscure. I know I could come up with 100 reasons why it could show up, but it doesn't make sense.
It's got to have a reason. Why is it there? Was it buried with somebody? Where's the body at? Was it lost in battle? Where's the person who lost it?
Where's the rest of it? Where's the rest of his gear set at?
Yeah, the rest of the gear that should be here for this. Don't tell me this is a Khopesh and there's only one like it because they found the longsword to be better. No, the Khopesh has a really nice weighted into it. And whenever you swing one, you almost put yourself off balance if you're not expecting that momentum to get transferred through your shoulders and lower and upper back.
Right.
You will be off balance.
Yeah.
But there is a reason why they made it. And if you've ever swung a Khopesh, just imagine a nice, juicy, fleshy target in front of you that receives a business end as it's supposed to, and you'll understand why the Khopesh was made. It's a beautiful weapon.
It is.
I wouldn't know where's the rest of the gear for it because there should be some other stuff here.
Right. But we don't ever do that. But if your player is just being that weird, especially if I want to go that weird, and I'm has a bug up my butt where I'm going to use a great scythe, a great scythe with with a special attachment on it. I expect to never see another one like it because this is This is my unique signature weapon. I have a special snowflake signature weapon, and because I have this great sight that has a smaller blade at the end on a chain, and I can spin around and do cool stuff, dumb shit. I had better never find another one like it anywhere, because who the fuck uses this? I don't know anybody who uses this.
I've never seen somebody threaten another person with a scythe. The only time I've
Right,
ever seen a scythe in action was in the movie Interview with the Vampire.
right. And the thing is that they show up all the time in artwork and weirdness. But the thing is that they're usually unique weirdos. Why would this weapon ever show up again? But when you have a GM, it goes, well, you find something in the treasure because you know how everybody needs to have their custom, to be able to be able to properly tackle the threats that are coming. Because one, yeah, being an asshole GM who's like, well, you because you don't have a +1 weapon, you'll never be able to harm these monsters because they have damage reduction, and then they're immune to weapons of non +1 quality. But you chose a weird weapon, so you'll never get one. Well, let me find a way to get a better weapon, but don't let me just find one. I don't want to just I want to find a craftsman and engage in the world, make cool weapons. Remember, I'm also a crafter. I'm somebody who likes to get into the rules of weapon manufacturing, weapon smithing, armor crafting. I want to be able to tailor weapons and armor and items to my desire. If I want something weird, I want to be able to craft it. I want to be able to figure out how to enchant it. Which is why when I look at a game engine and it just goes, ask your GM to just make up numbers. Most GMs go, I don't want to make up numbers. That's extra work. Why would I want to bother with that at all? And suddenly you're sitting back and going, Mother, may I? Can I please have this cool thing? No. I'm somebody who goes, no, let me figure out the material. Like, give me a list of materials. Give me and I know people like, well, you can't spend you better not ask for just ask for a price value. Let me just simplify that for you. You need approximately I could say you need to go find me X pounds of really cool wood, X 1 pound bars of metal that can be smelted down, or X amount of ore that can be smelted down and refined. And I can give you this really complex, detailed out thing of you need moonstones from the eye of the eye of the world mountain range and other weird shit. Or I could say you need X. I can get really, really cool and complex, and unless somebody's been really paying attention to my world, and I go, where's the eye of the world mountain range at? Or where can I find ironwood, the wood of the ironwood trees? Or where can I find ore that comes of exceptional purity? And then backtrack and create a whole globe-trotting adventure. Or they can just go down to the local merchant shop. Well, there is no merchant shop. Okay, we go to the local major city. There's no major cities. No bullshit. This blacksmith out in the middle of Roanoke, he knows how to make this shit, and he knows all the materials. That means somebody knows these materials exist, and someone out there fucking knows where to get them. And they're out, and you're not giving me a list of how to figure it out, and you're not letting me figure out how to do it. Or I can say I need 400 gold pieces worth of wood, 1,000 gold pieces worth of metals, 1,000 gold pieces worth of Oh, hello,
Lady, have a good night, my friend. Glad to see you had a good day.
Sleep well. Watch us on the playback during the week. But it's I know I can simplify it down to going, look, here's the price adjustment. Here's the base material price. Here's the price inflation for the local area. This is the difficulty of how to find it all, and just go, look. In the end, make a few checks, pay the merchant's gold, or go go on an adventure to go find it for cheaper. Because in the end, your money has to do something. If if you earn a whole bucket load of cash, because that's what we do when we adventure. We earn dump trucks of cash. I mean, I'm kind of like at some points I'm kind of worried that Jeremy Irons is going to show up with dump trucks and steal the party loot and go out on an adventure, on his own adventure on how much gold we've got. And Leave Open 3. And we don't really have a lot of things to spend it on. Well, you can buy a castle. You can buy your hirelings. Okay. But some of that money is supposed to go into buying gear, unless you find gear. And there's no magic item shops. Okay, then where's the magic item crafters? No one creates there are no magic item creators. Then where's anything come from? Is there anything new being made? No, everything's just who made them in the past. You gotta follow it backwards and figure out that at some point, especially if you give magic items to all of your villains, because we do that, we buff up all our villains somehow. And when it becomes obvious that players are never going to get upgrades unless they kill or steal, NPCs, or they get it from loot, you're just pushing it towards that's the only way to improve, only way to increase, only way to get better is through destruction and through theft and through murder. And trust me, I've been one of these players who got pissed off at my GM at my GMs and went, well, all right, if this is how it's going to be, let me show you where the end result of this is going to end up being. And it's I pull the no fun allowed button and we start to turn on murder hobos. I know how to do this really well. I know how to take the logic, whatever logic the GM is giving me, and then creating putting a mirror up to the GM and going, this is the world you're creating. How is it that there are absolutely no crafters who can make potions, there's no one who can make potions, there's no one who can make scrolls, there's no one who can make magic items, there's no one who can make armor, there's no one who can do enchantments, there's nobody who can do this, there's nobody who can who can remove curses, there's no one who can raise dead. But all of our villains have magic items. All of our villains have potions. All of our villains have scrolls. Our villains come back to life. And then that creates the player who goes, well, if there is no GM supported economy, I guess I'm going to do it myself. Doing the Thanos thing of, well, I guess I gotta do it myself. And putting the Infinity Gauntlet on, which might as well be known as players creating magic items. Well, you can't create magic, then how do we improve? By playing the game. I don't trust you, GM, because you are a piece of shit. No lie. I just being brutal here. You're a piece of shit, and you're obviously throttling and only handing out upgrades when you deem it to be time for us to get a magic sword thrown us by a moist bitch in a lake. And that's the only way we get upgrades, is either by murdering people or waiting for shit to come down from on high, or some fiery hand reaches out of some lava and throws a weird looking knife at you. And here you go. Here's a sword. Here's some armor. Here's something, because God fixed it. Because God hasn't been giving you any buffs for now, and the bad guy is really scary. You might need to have some upgrades. Here's your upgrades. No, I because of stingy GMs, certain players, I'm one of them, and other players like me, have mastered the enchantment rules, crafting rules, and then we get pissed off when we can't find them in a game. And then we figure out that, okay, so that this is how many days of enchantment I gotta do. This is the break-even point when it pays itself off. This is how much materials I need. And suddenly the GM's like, no, that is a 50,000 gold piece item, and then you have a player who goes 25,000 actually. What? No, that's actually the material cost, and since I'm making it for no profit because I'm making it entirely for the party, and we're all gonna have so okay, guys. I need about the next month off, so we're for our downtime. You all go make some money, do some shit, and I'm gonna make everybody's enchantment. I make them all better gear. And the GM, but my plot, you haven't been giving us anything. So we're going to shortchange your. You have been a penny pinching dickhole, and you have been fucking us hard. So we're going to go and craft our own gear. It's tailor made to us. And now suddenly you have players who are going, hey, how do I get in on this? And then so you have players going, okay, so what I need is masterwork armor crafted. So you make a blacksmith. I need rings. You play a ringsmith. Okay, you play a weaponsmith. You do leather working so we can get leather for our druid and our rogue characters. You play a tailor so that way we can get robes and cloaks. And then suddenly you play a gemsmith, and suddenly everyone's in their downtime, cutting gems, sewing up cool cloaks, killing things for leather. Or smelting, and the bad guy is sitting here going, I don't know what's going on over there, but obviously a bunch of Skyrim players are out there, synergizing their crafting over there. So that way the two enchanters of the party are sitting here, wom 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 wom, and suddenly they're like, okay, because you were such a complete and total penny pinching derogatory term, we're all way better than you now. Because we got money, but no items, no way to spend money. So we're geared up now. And I would prefer to have adventures. I honestly do. As a cracker, I would prefer to actually see spending my time adventuring, but there's times when when the GM, when we are at a point where we got downtime, we got some empty moments, I guess we can just make stuff and prepare because we're in a dry spell for equipment, and suddenly we're all playing a bit different. Honestly, that's just what it comes down to. I know I've been on a wild tangent rant right there, but it does come down to the point of if you don't think about why your players are finding loot, or you don't throw loot in treasure piles that are actually worth anything, and you don't have a market for items that are of junk. Because if you just do random loot tables, you're gonna get random loot which has no value. But you gotta somehow get value from those items. Well, there's no used sword market. Well, then how do I extract the wealth from the sword that I can't use? Because nobody in the party wants to use a +1 short sword or a +1 long sword because we got better, or that's not their signature weapon, or it's not of value. And eventually you run into, well, there's no resale market. So what do? Sit there and make a +1 longsword lawnmower where I just push mow with +1 longswords cut my grass because that's all I can. Or do I give them all to all my minions, to all my cohorts? Because +1 longswords is the most common weapon you're going to roll on the table. Or do I smelt down for materials? Can I disenchant them? Do I really need to have nobody in the party is going to wear a +1 laminar plate. I leather laminar plate armor. What? Why? Because the guy who's wearing full steel plate, he's like, I ain't downgrading to laminar. And the medium armor guy, I'm not wearing scale mail. Sorry, I'm wearing a breastplate. I'm wearing a miserable breastplate that's agile. I don't want to have that scale mail. That's kind of garbage. And then it's like all that +1 leather, +1 padded armor that you roll off that table. You watch players go, I don't. Man, we have a whole shipping crate full of them. Man, what are we gonna do with them? Sell it? I don't know. There's no, and when I listen to certain people talk on certain nights, there's no magical market. Well, there ain't one right now, but we'll create one. And you get players, yeah.
Necessity is the mother of invention.
Mm-hmm. If there ain't a
So
magical market now, we'll make one.
exactly.
And it's like, and it comes down to, it's like, well, has there been no adventurers in this world at any point up to this point? Has no one ever been into a dungeon? Has no one looted a demon? If demon invasions happen periodically, but they all have +1 whips. They all wearing +1. What, has nobody ever killed a demon before and got his gear? It all warps back to the warp. No, I don't think so, Tim. Uh, I want to picture those. I had that picture in my head of peasants who are sitting here mopping up all the demon blood after the most recent demon invasion, just kind of bulldozing all the corpses into a ditch and then lighting it on fire, or burying it because more demons. Well, crap. Get the mop.
Crafting Gamer says on one day he wants to have you as a long-term player. Sounds like an amazing player to have. Yeah, you really are. You push the game in a more constructive direction.
I'm going to warn you that I'm kind of boring for the first 2 to 4 sessions as I figure out my place in figure out my place in the game, figure out my place in the world, and figure out my place in the group. After about session 4 to 5, I become more interesting. But if you listen to me through like session 1, 2, and 3, you'll think I'm the most boring, worthless player, and I'm okay with you guys thinking that because I need to figure out what I can get away with. I don't come in like hardcore, amazing, like, oh, I'm the most amazing role player in the whole fucking world. Behold my incredible. No, I'm actually kind of boring for those first couple sessions, and then figure out. But I really don't like having people go, Blade, you know what you're doing? You're really awesome. I would love to. Like, you're the one who's in charge of the party. And here's me. No, I refuse to be the party leader. I will take over party leader on session 4 or 5 with nobody else is taking the job. But don't on session 1 to come in and go, well, I'm in charge. Unless of course we're playing a military game and you make me the really shitty I O1 lieutenant, I green lieutenant who's got no idea what's going on here, going, oh shit, this wasn't covered at the academy. The squeak of like the squeak of buttered bars, like, I have no idea, I'm lost, help me. But at that point, you're signing up for me being the wordless incompetent officer who will become someone better later in life. I have actually informed other GMs at my job, and no one's willing to give a job. If no one will give a job without experience, I don't know. We need somebody. We need someone who's 18 years old with 12 years of experience. Fuck. Man, where's Ash Ketchum when you need him? No, you guys. Honestly, I don't know. There are always small things to do. Not everyone has to go out and conquer the world. At level 1, the threat of the world shouldn't be that bad. Every story look at the novels that you're looking at, like that. I'm sure most of us either listen to or read, or either graphic novels or comics or books. Nobody ever starts out the gate the most amazing character, most amazing person in the entire fucking world,
unless you are a brown-haired woman in Star Wars.
Yeah, but even she was at least slightly humble at the very beginning for 2.5 seconds. Then becomes amazing at everything. But the thing here is that most people go out there and, I don't know many people who go out and go, I'm going to go conquer the world, at level, at age 18, level 1. I'm thinking, now mind you, if you base it off anybody who's real, oh yeah, they think they can do it, and they go out there and go, oh shit, the world's a lot scarier than I thought it is, and then you get your butt kicked. But life kicks your ass, and then if you don't die, you get the fuck back up and you keep on going. You push on for a little bit longer. You do more, and then you learn more, and you level up through, which is the whole reason why I don't believe that whole everybody in the world is actually level 1 peasants and level 0 peasants who die because a cat scratched them. Bullshit that a lot of people seem to go with now you're all level 0 dipshits. I'm like, have you ever talked to anybody in the world? I mean, do you like? Sure, there's some people who live very, very soft lives, who are never seen a threat, never seen a days of hard work, and those people I can believe that they've had no hardships in their lives. I can believe they're the ones who are going, yeah, you're a level 1 person, you're a 30-year-old level 1 dweeb because you've experienced no hardships in your life. But most people, life is beating you down, or your parents taught you something, you've done something, you're proficient in something. Hell, are you a professional truck driver? You may not know how to do anything besides truck broke. Must figure out how not to die on side of road. Which there are some people I kind of wonder. But there's always this bit like, it's like, and I'm pretty sure that, yeah, you're a young swordsman who's been trained on how to be sword guy, and you're going to walk out into the world. Most people don't think about, yeah, I can go fight the Dark Lord of Darkness who's covered in evil, and go, yeah, I can stab him. Yeah, I can totally fight. I can totally fight that guy. No, most people don't think that. And they're going to go out and fight other shit in life. And I was like, sure, if you get a chance to go out and stab the Dark Lord of Darkness, yeah, but you're not going to go actively seek him out to go stab him.
That's the reason why, like, my game, why I designed it to where you've got some introductory levels where you're really not a quote unquote a class. You're just like a archetype, like skilled or divine or martial, and that's it's kind of like your early adolescence wrapped into your early adulthood, because by and large men can't do shit until they've been taught something. No offense anybody, but you had to learn what you're doing before you could do it competently, and that's why I have this set up the way it is. I'm still debating on one thing, and is it 3 levels of the precursor, or is it 5? And I keep settling on 5.
Part of me would actually almost suggest that have stat out the entire precursor class for as many levels of the game as, because there's some people who just never ascend, who never answer the call to become heroes.
Yeah, and I think that is important to notate. There is a progression or a tiered set of classes, like your tier 1s or your basics.
Yeah,
and a bard is still a basic class, in my opinion, because some people are there for only one thing, and that's just to go team.
Right. And so honestly, at that point, I would honestly say, because someone might, let somebody actually have, don't make it an arbitrary gate that at level 3 you transition into a real class. Give people off ramps, to start as early as, like, say somebody who's figures out their defining moment, like they have made the choice and they're going to become someone. They've entered the call to become a hero at level 2. At 1. So level 1, you guarantee everyone has to be an archetypal class. Whatever. You're generics. You're a commoner. You haven't. Welcome to the world. You're not there yet. But some people figure it out fucking early, and they just power into whatever they're going to. Give people a chance to off ramp out of being a commoner, out of being a sheep, out of being mundane early. But I make it not an easy gate to get past, but make it a gate that can be pushed past. So that
And
way,
if you pick something that's mechanical, it would actually have to be something that's like table centric. Like
right?
your party might not everybody might not like ascend all at once. Like you might have like your arcane player and your thief, your skilled player might have gotten some on somebody's good side to where they're getting a hold of a guild member to say, you know, hey, here's your path to success if you want to follow this. If you want to keep going the way you're going, don't change what you're doing. It'll probably be harder for you to advance.
Yeah,
Um, and I don't want to have like the 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 basic abilities of detect traps, trap finding, all that. I don't want that to be part of the package. I want there to be. Are you familiar with in Pathfinder the talented series of third party supplements?
yeah, I am. Yeah, I am.
Okay, the talented rogue, the talented bard, the talented barbarian, where they do all the basic things in those classes. They take out of it and then they insert them back in as optional buy-ins. So when you're going up in levels, you can take this barbarian talent here, this barbarian talent there, this blah 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 blah, and so you can really custom make your class. To me, that's a better system than the archetypes. I don't mind archetypes, but I don't really like the way that Paizo's first edition archetypes were because if you wanted to be a poisoner, you could never disable traps. Or you had
Yep.
to disable traps at a much later level, which is why I solved it by saying if you want to be able to do one or the other, if you've got an available feat, go ahead and burn it. You can now do both or whatever. If you want
Yeah.
to be a knife master and do D8 damage with your backstab, you can pay this here for 2 feats. You'll get all the benefits of knife master along with the basics of this thief, the rogue mentality. But I like the talented mindset a lot better, and I want to keep the talents available as you proceed through the game. One thing that I don't want to have, one of my musts in this Bible, the Bible for my game is no level dips because you're not doing anything in this game for mechanic reasons.
Yeah.
Everything will be mechanically reasoned, of course, but the dungeon master has to arbitrarily be okay with it. If a player, if dungeon masters were more likely to say no, you wouldn't have bullshit where like in my game right now, Chris took a level of Dranger so he could get the unarmed martial abilities or combat styles, whatever that is, for his tiger. But if Chris would have worked that out with me first, we might have came up with something better.
Right.
And
Oh,
I would have been more than willing to work with him on that. And I'll keep that door open for him. But the way he's going about it pissed me off because he's like, well, I went for the base attack bonus. Well, if that's all you wanted, I mean, you don't use a whole lot of spells. After 8th level, you stop casting spells. You're now 13th going on 14th, and like your entire combat mindset is I charge, I pounce, I claw, bite, rake, and then I try to cut them to ribbons. And by the way, you're a giant cat, so your maximum armor class is like a 80. There's like a 34, which all of my fire giants hit on a 12 plus,
yeah.
and he's not really liking that because he's opting for this route of player agency without talking to me about it first. Like, I don't like the way this is written. And no, dude, this is why we have this game hobby, because the game is nice, don't get me wrong, but in the hobby itself, it stresses in many games, not so much in Pathfinder, but in better games before it, if you didn't like something, you compromise the player, and you would make rule changes to fit your table. You're not trying to let them win the game, and you're not trying to beat them over the head with a fucking dungeon master's guide, but you're trying to actually have a game that is a conversation to where, like, this is my desired outcome. How do I get there? But instead, people don't see a conversation. They are horribly against that. And another thing on Chris here in a second, he's having a hard time with the way I run because he's reading the book. It's like, this is a Bible. This is how it's supposed to be done. I'm like, it's a guideline. It even says that in the opening chapter where Jason Bullimon and Monty Cook are making their introductions. Um, I don't believe that this is set in stone because every table will have to be different, just like every job will have to be different. There are certain jobs that it's really weird. In Illinois, I would not have a CDL because my eyesight doesn't allow me to see the ninth line on the chart. Even though the eighth line is all you have to see on the vision chart, the ninth line, I can't tell what it is because I'm never allowed to read that fucking line outside. I'm always under fluorescent lights in a miserable doctor's office after my shift, so my eyes are fatigued.
Mm-hmm.
And a doctor that's seeing me, a physician or assistant that's taking care of me in Illinois, would not want to bend the rules. They would say, "You just can't do this job anymore
Yeah.
because your eyes are to the point where you can't do it." But down here, and maybe I'm wrong, I'm broad brushing, of course, but down here, there's a couple of the offices, and I'm sure this is more widespread here because they have to bend rules anyway. It's San Antonio. You have a bilingual population that it's almost as bad as Canada, where if you don't speak Spanish in some parts of town, you're fucked. Absolutely fucked. You gotta go to White Personville, Angloville, as they call it, which is anywhere not that neighborhood. And that's not trying to be racist. I'm trying to be serious here. But because we have already made concessions in communication, a lot of doctors and a lot of medical professionals are like, I need to know what this color is here on this guy's dress. Oh, on that shirt. That's red. Okay, well, what's the color of this cobalt? Well, that's blue. Okay, you passed your vision test. And that's basically all I've got to do.
Yeah.
The last time I took my medical exam, I had a full day. I had my full day at my job. And then I went to the doctor's office, and my heart rate was like 161 after I sat down. And I'm like, are you kidding me? My heart's beating that much. This is not good. And they're like, listen, we just need to sit you in a room for about 10 minutes, let you lay down and just relax. Don't do anything. Don't check your phone. Just chill. I can do that. So I laid down for about 7, 8 minutes. They came back in, and my heart rate was at like 120 over 80. Really dropped a lot. I don't know what I was doing, but I just got off work. I just swallowed a Sprite. So that was obviously not the right thing to do. But I had a Sprite and I had a Snickers, and obviously this raised my heart rate enough, and I wasn't that good. But I dropped my heart rate down to where it was well below acceptable limits. People were happy. And the doctor's like, cut down your salt. Salt intake's killing you. I'm like, oh, damn it. But
But
you make concessions. And this is how business is done here. Now I imagine it's done like this in other places too. Oh, that's just Bob. He drives the old rock hauler truck. We need to have him drive for a job because he's the one that helps out all these roads and gets all these things done. Nobody else wants this job where you drive this miserable manual shift dump truck for the county. I'm sure that goes on somewhere else in America. Bruce drives a shit truck. We've got to make sure he has a job because we have one less septic hauler. People are going to have panic attacks. So that happens. Hey, Major's Musings.
but okay. Okay, going back to that question that was asked, what level I think I wrote something off in my musings a while back ago on where I think actually leveling actually happens, that it's based on the kind of challenges you go through life. I don't believe that in Cal's view of everyone's level zero. Everyone, like, unless you have a completely boring, dull, mundane job that has no physical stress, no problem solving, no actual work, and there are people out there who have those cushy fucking jobs and are brainless. You encounter them, but most people have done something in life where, because even minor challenges that are somewhat of an actual problem give XP. It's truth. It's just surviving. You're going to pick up skills. You're going to learn. You're going to adapt. Most people are going to probably be in that 1 to 2, level 1, level 2 range, which is common. It's the basic way. But oh god, where did I put that? It's in there somewhere. But it eventually shows you what moving up from basic work to being a veteran in your field is like level 3. At that point, you're either a somebody who's respected and has a bit of a work history now. You're actually useful. You're either going to be promoted to being like a shift manager or somebody who's going to oversee a team of people underneath you, and you're going to work and you're going to start seeing the people who rise up to become either really good. Like 4 is that transition point when normal mundane challenges no longer are challenges, so you're not getting better. So you have to either actively look to become better, or look for new challenges, look for new frontiers to push yourself beyond being level 4 to level 5, and then people start to notice who you are at about that stage, and you slowly work your way up. God, where can I find this conversation? I know I've had this conversation on more than a few occasions with a few players, so I kind of have this as almost a document. I don't want to say a document, but a way of
The search functions might help you.
yeah, I
There
might.
is a search function in Discord. If
Um,
you put it in Discord, it might be there still. It should be there still. I disagree. I think that like the way, and I don't disagree with you. I'm disagreeing with like the way that atypically the D&D and Pathfinder books were written, where they're like just commoners are like 0 level, and no, I really disagree with that, because I've
oh,
seen this more as I've leveled up in life. I've seen this to where like you're presented with a problem and you rely back on your training to guide you through the steps to alleviate it. And this has helped me quite a bit in the field of plumbing. This has helped me quite a bit in my driving trade, and it's helped me quite a bit in just negotiating with people, where I tell them like I can't knock this price down a whole lot, but I can guarantee you these items here will be provided after we're done. I just need you to be able to pay this full amount. I can't drop the price. I can make it worth your while on the back end with chemicals, and I can get you ahead of the game to where you're going to see a big difference in this within the next month to 3 months, as this yard turns green above your lateral fields. And the customers are like, what? And then the husband finally gets it when he looks across the fence at his neighbor's yard. And you can definitely tell where the lateral fields are at over there, because that house is like doing nothing but eating vegan, pescatarian diets and drinking vodka. And it runs right through them out into the grass. And they've got like this H pattern of dark, verdant vegetation amid the brownness of the rest of the parched soil, caliche as we call it, where there's no life whatsoever. It's just life 18 inches above these pipes. Go ahead. I think you found your solution.
yeah, okay. So how I figured it out was level 1 is your average young punk. They're either ambitious and young, but young and inexperienced, or lazy and underperforming. Few besides idiots stay here. So, or those who have been exceedingly protected by as even minor accomplishments can give you something as a challenge. This is
Yeah.
why the average person who's pushed through basic training can, if they assume 1 to 2 easy but non-lethal challenges a day, can hit level 2 in 2 weeks to a month, assuming 5 days working, 2 days resting. And again, only the most easiest mindless jobs stay at level 1. So if you do nothing mentally challenging, you can be level 1 forever. But most of us don't do that.
Yeah,
Level
I would
two,
say that you're saying that a graduate of boot camp, and we'll just say Air Force boot camp because I'm down here
yeah,
at ADF Central. That's 6 weeks,
yeah.
and then they have like a little 3 week AIT program where you go train and all that. But like typically, your average recruit that goes through the program of proper training is like level 3 by the time he graduates, right?
Oh yeah, and I touched that on that one. Level 2 is for those who has some experience, but they're still fresh. Challenges needed to go up are still not that hard. This would be this is your AIT. This is where you start learning the particulars of your class. This
Hmm.
is, or if you're in the civilian world, this is where you start becoming an actual apprentice. You're looking at, on average, assuming 1 to 2 easy but non-lethal challenges, 2 to 6 months of training, which is again AIT. Congratulations, you're now learning your. Here's your billet. You're gonna learn it. Damn it, go.
Yep. Here's your
And
molas.
yep. And at level 3 is when people start to slow down. Basic challenges are when they are that were once able to challenge you are no longer engaging, but you can still learn on your own without major challenges. These are your these are your basic bitch guys. Your trained privates, these are your senior apprentices and very junior journeymen who have gotten out a little ahead of this crop. But if you're a skilled tradesman, or they're just that guy you're looking, that unskilled laborer who's fucking versatile. Damn, what haven't you done? One of those kind of guys. And level 4 is when people become actual professionals. These are the people who are not gaining XP through basic tasks anymore. But if they keep working on refining their own skills and have some drive, they can go up a little higher. These are your basic managers. These are the people who handle day-to-day operations. These are your squad leaders and corporals. These are your average journeymen. You call a contractor, they're going to send a journeyman out to go fix your basic shit. They'll call somebody higher in later if they have a problem. They're not pushovers, but without much drive, people will top out here. They are good assistants and middlemen. This is also where most of our follower charts top out on why you can't find too many people who are higher than this out there, because you need to have some drive to actually want to be better than this. 5 to 7 is your highly skilled professionals. They're either young with drive or old with lots of experience points. This is the point when someone in the skill trade is trying to consider going through the tests and becoming a man. They're not going to take them yet, or they're at least thinking about it. Or they're thinking about, do I go and start training other people or find someone new? And these are when you start looking for soldiers who are going, I can become a leader. So this is where when you see the division between sergeants and specialists start to show up. Or do they debate becoming a Mustang and going into the officer corps? For the police, this is your captains and sergeants. This is also where you see the first time that elite groups are going to start looking at headhunting you as a potential recruit. So, companies are trying to like look for, if you're civilian private, you're going to start looking for corporations are going to start headhunting you. If you have some like martial training, palace guards, praetorians, and Secret Service are start eyeing you for potential new recruits. You might be looking for being sent off to somewhere very, very special. That Mage Academy will start looking at you. The if you're a researcher and a crafter, they're going to start looking at your works and trying to go, does he have potential? If you're not, like, because you might be busy with your life, you might not be thinking it, but other people are starting to look in your direction. You can't hide in anonymity for much longer. People are like, and then comes 8 to 10. This is the last of the anonymous ranks. This is when it becomes harder and harder to not be noticed. Because I know a lot of players go, "You're an unknown. No one knows what bullshit." If they don't know you, they're going to ask 2 or 3 questions, and suddenly someone's going to go, "Oh yeah, I know Bob. Bob's fucking amazing. Yeah, he fucking redid. He oversaw the redoing of my entire driveway. Skilled crafters. Oh yeah, he's fucking awesome." But yeah, but people you're now in a profession where people know you. They will start to notice you as you're either skilled through years of practice or you're just accomplished at beating the odds. You're amazing. Well, you're not amazing, but you're at the top of where it's going to be. Now people are going to come looking for you, and only large groups will train specialists and elites to this level and keep it and keep that. You're just a faceless member of our organization. Congratulations. You're somebody. Sorry, if you make it level 8 to 9 to 10, you're somebody, and somebody's going to notice you. People are paying attention. And level 11 is there's no hiding who you are. You've now, if you're a journeyman, the masters are now going to be coming to you and going, take the test. Do your fucking job. Take the test. Take on apprentices. You need to take what you know and train others. And they will hunt you. You will have, if you haven't gotten your PhD or you're not a high-ranking member in research and academia, they're coming to you and starting to go, write down your shit, teach. If you're in the military, like merchant diplomats, they're coming for you. If you're not an officer, they're making you into fucking one, or you're going to become senior enlisted at this point. Congratulations, you're going to either get up, move up, or get out. They're going to be pressuring you. You are no longer you're legendary. You are not quite legend. You're legendary. People are going to know you. If you move into a new town, your ability to have a quiet drink in a bar somewhere and have no one know you will last about as long as your legend takes to catch up to you. There's no outrunning it. Sorry, and people are going to come after you to either kill you or recruit you. And if you say no, and saying no isn't an option, because if you say no, you've made an enemy, because they're going to say, "No, why not?" And you got to balance out. Yeah.
Are we not good for you?
Well, I have you better be able to make some good deals, make it and smooth it out why you're turning down their offer, because you're a level 11 character. Fuck. And you can transfer this over into other games that aren't D&D based pretty easily. If it's got any form of ranking structure in it, they're going to be paying. You can use these as a framework and a guideline to understand that. Say you're playing storyteller. Once you've got 5 dots in a stat, 4 or 5 dots in a skill, people notice you, especially the more you use it.
Yeah.
And suddenly everyone's like, 5 dots. I got to get 5 dots in a skill. No, you're putting a target on yourself that says, at character creation, I'm already the best swordsman on the planet. I'm already the best sniper on the planet. You've already paid a target on yourself, and you better be able to play it. Your character better back up the fact that you with 5 dots dex and 5 dots gunnery is the best shot that the mortal world can produce. You're an Olympian. You're an Olympian. No one's. You don't just walk through the town and go, no one knows who I am. Everyone's going to look at you and go, huh, dude. Everyone at the gun shop is going to look at you and go, yeah, I know who that guy is. That guy's awesome. And now you got to deal with it. The fact that you're better than everyone else. So that might give you a reason why, if you're playing storyteller, to put 3. I'm not my maximum optimized character. If you want to have some time to play a character and figure out who you are and figure out where your place in the world is, you might want to put in only 3 dots. in some, and not go beyond 3 dots, because that way you got a chance to not be noticed by the entire world yet. And
Yeah.
this works for Exalted, works for World of Darkness, works for Legend of the Five Rings. Legend of the Five Rings is another game that five, rank 5 in a skill is the maximum you can have. Um, People are going to come gunning for you because you're the best archer, you're the best swordsman. I mean, this like I'm sorry, 7th Sea, same problem. I
See, I want to learn more about Seventh Sea because there's a lot that interests me. Like, I think it was Alderac Gaming made a D20 version of Seventh Sea back when D20 was all the
oh,
rage.
those books are good. If you could find okay, um, as all things that when WotC bought Alderac Gaming out, they put out their garbage their garbage version of Legend of the Five Rings and garbage version of 7th Seas. But when Alderac Gaming got back part of the license, bought back their company because they realized WotC was a bad move. They released books for that were add-ons that fixed all the WotC did a shitty fucking job at it problems, and they WotC said, "Hey, 7th Seas is now D20," and then Alderac Gaming is like, "Here's how to do it right," and suddenly, and ever since then, whenever somebody puts out a now you're a pirate in D20, Pathfinder put out their what is it, Skulls and Crossbones or whatever the hell.
Well, Shackles.
Yeah, I read that book and went, "This is an inferior copy of 7th Seas. This is trash." And then I go back to 7th Seas because 7th Seas was just the best books that were written for if you want to play weeaboo fight and sword magics. The Alderac Gaming L5R modules that took Oriental Adventures and said, just burn that, like, keep 4 or 5 pages out of that book, but here's everything else you need to make. If you're gonna play Rokugan, here's how to do Rokugan in D20. Bam. Do you want to play 7th Seas? Yeah, here's the shitty adventures. Here's swashbuckling adventures. Just buy these books. These are better. And then here comes Paizo years later going, here's some high seas pirating adventure, and I'm just like, get the fuck out. Take your shit, get the fuck over there. I go over there with WotC's attempt to bastardize Rokugan. You're shit. But it's part of Galarian. Yeah, no, I'm going to go over here I'm going to stay over here in Thea where where I threw out, because I wanted to actually keep pushing, that setting, and went, no, I want stats for a first raider. I want stats for an Indiaman. I want stats for a Tinkler. I want to have stats for more ships because I want to have high seas sailing combat. I want to have piracy and swashbuckling. I want to have 400 forms of rapier combat and sword combat because I want to have more options for fighting besides simply guy in plate mail walks over to you and stabs you until you tink 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 until you fall over dead. No, I want to have I want to have the Spanish and the not Spanish, the not Italians, the not French, the not Germans, the not English, the not Norwegians, the not Russians, all have their own fighting styles. Oh yeah, sorry, and not Ottomans and not Chinese, all have their own fighting styles that make combat far more interesting than simply what sword am I using and what armor am I wearing. And I want to have and that game gave you tons of really fun things to make combat way more interesting and more Errol Flynn swashbuckling than a bunch of dudes in play armor line up on one side of the battlefield, a bunch of dudes in play armor line up on the other side. Now, mind you, I too like Roman combat, but I have war games for that, and it's fun when you can actually set up like 2-3 players who are all wearing who are all wearing heavy armor with tower shields forming a wall. and marching slowly towards towards a combat group. And because of the fact that I've had players who are big into because in Bruce, for your game, I totally had that boot camp drill instructors thing going on here that used that equations that we wrote out because that entire chart I read out on leveling was built entirely off the idea that we sat down and figured out how fast can we produce level 1, level 2, level 3 minions and level 4 minions, because if we just played it by normal generic D&D terms, where every GM is a complete tool and goes, everyone's a level one peasant, a level 0 peasant who dies instantly, and we're like, well, fuck no, that's not how boot camp works. No, we're gonna totally do the Chinese thing, and we're gonna go gather up 100 dudes and do the Mulan training sequence, and we're gonna send everybody to some miserable camp somewhere in Georgia and make them miserable for a few fucking weeks. We're gonna fucking do weird shit. You're gonna get eaten by sandflies, motherfucker, on the on a shitty little island out in the Atlantic with gators around you. Fuck you. You're gonna be miserable, and you're gonna come out ready to kick ass. And so that way we could actually create the idea of, well, obviously, if I'm training my people, these are the camps I'm going to train them. This is how they're going to be trained. This is how they're going to be equipped. I'm going to hire people. I'm going to use my leadership score to create my officer corps or my crafting corps that will back up the mercenaries I'm going to hire and train. I'm going to build an entire organization. And we do this because of the fact that if we do it the standard D&D way, oh no, the goblin invasion has arrived. Sorry, the orc invasion horde is marching and will reach us in approximately 2 weeks because impending doom. And so we have this horrible situation set up. And what do? Oh, we go to town, the local city, and go and say, oh, we raised the militia, and a bunch of farmers who are armed in padded leather cloaks and coats and armed with pitchforks and some bent sticks are going to be all that stands between the horde and the city full of their loved ones, and maybe a few captains of the guard. And I'm sorry, if any of you have ever played Warhammer Fantasy Battles, you'll know exactly how pathetic Bretonnian militia really are. And honestly, most players are actually kind of sentimental and don't want to just throw bodies into the grinder. Sure, you can, but most players don't really want to actually murder people, send people to their deaths. I know it's all the idea of they're there to buy time so that way the players, the heroes, can actually go and do the decapitation strike at the war chief of the orcish horde, so that way there's no leadership and that the horde will break up and go off and do its own thing, or problem solving happens. But the thing is that you're still sending Joe Schmo, the shelf stalker, to go out there and die. And most players don't want to do that. I know I don't want to do that as a player. No. But if I, as a player who has no choice, has to go get Billy Bob and his shotgun and Rhodey with his crossbow and go, well, you two are all we got. And then, give a rousing speech for a bunch of hicks. Hicks go out there and go be patriotic and die for their loved ones. Sure, but the thing here is that, yeah, if I'm coming to town and I don't know anyone, that's all I've got to work with. That's all I can do. But it changes if you're the one in charge of these people. If these are your people, the people who look to you as leadership, you're the ones who are there to defend them. you're the ones who ensure that they have a safe place to go and sleep at night, that they're able to grow the food, trade amongst themselves, ensure that you get your taxes. Do you want to have do you really want, like, are you going to be that one guy who, well, this town is fucked, get on your horse and ride out of town before the horde arrives to murder it? Or are you going to go out there and train up a cadre of people who will be the backbone for your militia and actually send good people out, trained people who are able to cooperate? You have your elite team of deputies and problem solvers who are there to be the anchor point for the people to be able to not die. Yeah, you're going to lose a few, but and I know it is part about being a war commander. Yes, that is it is a feature, not a bug. But the thing is that unless you have a way to make the people not trash, to not die, and to give them every fighting chance, you want to be able to give them the means to become better. And that might mean setting up what I did in your game in the background, which I have no idea now how many months have passed or what. My timetables are so off.
Or I got all the hexes out the other day, and I'm getting ready to send you a whole pile of photos, and then I'll have one last photo with all the paper together, so you have a map.
That would be cool.
How it all fits, but I got to send you each one individually.
I'll appreciate that. Thank you. But the thing here is that being able to have the ability to make commoners into very similar. This is very much the early Roman Republic mentality of citizen soldiers. Everyone's a reservist. Yeah, there's a few people who are active, but everyone's a reservist. I like the idea of that. The Second Amendment. There is a well-regulated militia, but you're part of it. There's only a few people who are active, but boy, if somebody comes through ringing the bell saying to arms, I want everyone to go over. I want every able-bodied man and woman to go over to their footlockers and pull out their basic armor, basic weapons, and I'm not going to say basic. I say, like, I have a butcher knife, and then no, I mean, like, here's your standard weapon. Here's your standard issue weapon. I want the Swiss model of home defense. Whenever I'm running a kingdom in D&D, I want the idea that when it comes time to defend your loved ones and your children and your home, I want every able-bodied citizen to stand up and be able to go out there and do it. And I'm not sending Billy Bob, the gas station attendant, who's never fired his handgun before, to go out there and act, in anger, to go out there and be like, I don't know what I'm going to do, and have that moment of fear of someone does something scary and the whole group breaks and runs.
The reasons, like mages and other people that are like purists for TSR version, and that's fine. If you want to run them at 0 level, you can. I mean, we're talking about a longsword, which is 3.5 feet long, but it only does yet a D8 plus any strength damage. And there's like 3.5 feet. Typically, the thickest a human gets is about 24 inches in diameter.
Mm-hmm.
So a longsword should be able to cut through them. I get what you're saying. My game is not that much different in theory, but the numbers are larger on both sides. Like the beginning hit points is a con score. So just transfer the con score to hit points, and then you add your level. So if you're just a fighter, his first level hit points is 7 plus his con score plus his constitution modifier. That's it.
Yeah.
So if he's got a 17 constitution, he gets a +3. So this is actually a 10 and a 17 constitution. So that he's got 27 hit points. Now, say somebody attacks him with a greatsword, they've got a +6 because they're power attacking. All right, so that's an 11 right there. Next round, he gets hit again. And let me make this as 6 so I can explain exploding die damage. Well, that's max damage on that 1d6. So the next die is actually that same die, but -1. This comes out to a 1, so it's actually 0. But still, the concept is that if you keep rolling max damage, this goes from
Yeah,
6 to a 5. And then you roll another die 6 and keep adding that. And so that's a 4. This is actually a 3. So the trauma damage could conceivably kill somebody at first level. If
yeah,
if you hit somebody for 50% more bonuses than what you need, you add another damage value, which that's your weapon damage plus strength bonus. And for
and
every 50% extra, you keep doing that. I know that sounds a little bit weird. Some people are like, wait, what?
yeah,
Just times your damage times 2. If you hit over 100%, it's times 3. If you hit
yeah.
over 100%, it's times 4. But whatever it is, it makes the critical hits more effective, and the extra die damage kind of helps balance things out a bit because the hit points start off higher, yes, but a lot of the damage values, a lot of the hit point values are lower. Like wizards in my game are not. Hold on, damage in my game for like a sorcerer, it doesn't use a d6. Neither does a wizard. They go back to d4s. Thieves use a d6. Clerics use a d8. Fighter types use d10. I'm going back to the second net AD&D. I like that. I have exploding die damage, and on 50% or more on to hit. If you tally up your bonuses and you got more than 50% than what you needed to hit the bad guy or hit the individual, you're going to roll. You're going to multiply your damage value by 2. Go ahead, Kyle.
I see. I understand that and AD&D that yes, most people are level 0. The problem was we sat that the table that I ran for in the past and that I currently run for, well, I currently play at. We all kind of sat around one night at late night. I think we were all drinking down at Richards when this first came up, where we asked the question of, was that decision made by the designers a smart decision? And now I'm not going to look at I'm not going to bash anybody else who wants everyone to be level 0 characters, because we also like, I think I was like on my third beer when I was like, wait, what separates us as players from the average person? If I go out there and beat up 10 rats and I get a level up, what prevents anybody else from beating up the thing was late night drinking was where we started it, and we kept on discussing it afterwards, after we were sober, and we all came to a bunch of us came to the conclusion of, there's nothing that separates the player from anybody else on the world. Because we embrace the idea that you are not special. Your player, you being a PC is not special. You are not the only wizard. You are not the only fighter. You're not the only cleric. You are in a world where the average population might, in the area might be 500,000 to 1,000,000 people across across the major section of the world. You are looking at populations we were looking at the average populations of cities of the era that we're going to be playing in, which was late 1200s to the 1500s, and came back down to you are not special. You are not a special snowflake. You are not the arc wizard. You're not the only arc wizard in the entire area. You are not. Sorry, this isn't Dragonlance where you're the only cleric that God is speaking to. There's a whole lot of people, because of the fact that we realize that every GM is either going to throw at you a pile of dumbass monsters, because this comes back to where all the magic items come from, and why does every monster we encounter require super duper special magics and items and things to defeat that you have to hand out to your players, or or somehow manage to have to go. Oh no, we need silver weapons. Where are we going to find silver weapons? Well, unless your GM, but in most campaign adventure modules are, well, you need to go to this guy who just happens to have silver weapons, and the campaign module after you've done arbitrary thing gives you the silver weapons so you can go fight the bad guy who's vulnerable to silver weapons. Or you need to go to the lake so the moist bitch can throw a sword at you so you can get your magic ability to go fight the bad thing. Or you need to go out and do this one thing so you can fight the vampire in the castle. It's like you need to have it handed to you by the story because there's nobody else in the world who can handle the problem. Only you, because you're special. You're the hero. Here's your power fantasy. Our first thought to all of us was there is no power fantasy. There's a lot of people like you. You just happen to be the person who's at the fulcrum of the story right now. You are the important. This is why. It's like because we also had the same concept came up of so Steve got stabbed and his character died, or he got explodified. He is now chunky bits and we can't bring him back, or he doesn't want to come back. But he's going to make a new character of similar level. But don't worry. Remember, you've all been super duper special, and there's no one else like you, and everyone's level 0, except for now we have a guy who magically appears out of nowhere, and we now can just airdrop. A C-130 flies over, and the skid thing drops out behind him, and a player and a new PC arrives with all his gear, and that's how whoops. And now we have a new player character. Where did he come from? Why is there no one else like him? Okay, now we got a new player, so that way we can continue adventuring and continue our dungeon crawl. Yay! Or we can go, you're level 1. We're all level 12, you're level 1, and at that point you're punishing the player for bad dice rolls. And because random bullshit encounter equals random death, and random death, detracts. So you can either force him to be level 1 or bring him back as a high level new character. Bob the Fighter number 14 comes, or the Bard number Mark 42 has showed up to go die again and be thrown on the sandbag pile. And we're just gonna. This is how it works. So when we all sat there and realized that you're going to have, and again, we looked at leadership and went, well, leadership gives you level 1, level 2, level 3 characters. Where'd they all come from? We again thought about it and went, no, there's actually people out there who are doing work, who are living lives, gaining experience. Nobody's level 1. At best, level 1s. No one's level 0. You're going to encounter shopkeepers who can, break a bottle and stab you, and you might die. It's just that oh man, you're robbing my store. Click, click, and then a shotgun shell explodes out through the very thin paneling in front of his register because he takes a shotgun under his under the counter, so that way it's like, oh man, it's a shame you tried to rob me. Well, luckily I have this, and we wanted to have. We looked a lot more into the game world, that the world and the rules should reflect the world that you're in, and if there is no level 0 character, if there is no level 0 class, then nobody's level 0. Everyone's level 1. Now, Legend of the Five Rings has a level 0 campaign where you play a bunch of ninja. It's a hilarious campaign where you play a bunch of ninja trainees who are all level 0, and it tells you how to make a level 0 character, and it's a comedy of errors where there's corpses everywhere. But by the end of the adventure path, you're going to be all level 1 characters. You're now all finally rank 1, but you've left a whole trail of dead ninjas behind you to get to that point, and it's hilarious. But
I think AD&D works with 0 level characters as the same as I think my game will work with the majority of the people in that world being between level 2 and level 5 or 6, because around level 5 or 6 that's where most people, like you said, they stop looking for that mountain to climb. They stop wanting to get challenges. They're interested in getting drunk, or they have a wife or a husband and they're trying to keep their house safe. They're trying not to rock boats, and so
Yeah,
they're not going to endeavor on those things that cause them to do great things per se. A
right.
lot of people don't have, after the age 30, the amount of people that are in the military significantly drops off. It's only lifers and those politicians that get sucked in, get pulled into Washington, those pieces of shit. And then everybody else, like, they're like, well, I'm going to go to college now, or I'm
See
going
ya.
to go do family life now, or and have civilian time now. And they go do that. Like, you got guys like Angry Cops, who has a YouTube channel
I
where
love that
he's
guy.
I love that guy. He had the best memes earlier today, so
I know.
I watched that shit and I was devouring that.
Yeah, I
I,
messaged him for a while. He's great.
I think, but for like the game I want to play and run, like if I were to run second edition AD&D, if you go to like a blacksmith, that's 0 level. If you go to a commoner or an expert, that's 0 level. You're going to be able to get items that are commonly found in the player's handbook. But say you make a trek halfway across continent because there's a blacksmith that can use these bits of meteorite, and he can make it into a magical weapon for you. He can make a special alloyed steel out of this with the ingots he'll produce, and he'll do that. So you have a small quest of like 350 to 500 miles. Not exactly, just a day's travel for you Skyrim people. He does this job for, once you get there, you camp out or you help out in town until he's done building your sword or your flail, whatever he's making you, and he does that. Now, you're probably not going to test him in combat. He's probably not going to test your swing, but you're going to be thankful for him, and you get your weapon. In the type of game world I want my NPCs to be people that you can have a conversation with, where they're not just like, stand-ins on a street corner, or individuals in Daggerfall that mosey around according to a pre-planned daily schedule, and they go in this building here
Good day
for
to you, sir.
oatmeal.
Yeah,
Yep. Yeah. I don't want that. I want my NPCs to have like the ability to do something. Like, they exist for a reason. And
yeah.
if you want to get into the weeds as why they exist, have a conversation with them. You can talk to them. And I think a game like that, I think I fall more on the Ars Magica scale of wanting to RP than I do on, basic, you know, gaming session, which most GMs will tell you my game does have RP. My game, we do have, entire hours go by where we discuss things. And I think that's important to do. I think every table really does that at some level, because very few tables are like, nope, we just set up the miniatures and we roll initiative.
No,
And I think that's a good, I think that's majority of gamers, majority of players that aren't born in fifth edition. They that was not their first game. Majority of players are people that, like, no, I actually know the NPCs at this bar because the DMs ran this bar like 10 to 12 times. We're fifth level now, and I know the bartender's name, I know two of the waitresses' names, and I know the regulars at this bar. And I think that's the type of immersion level I do want. Now, I might not deliver that all in RP. I might just hand you an index card after like a week of hanging out in this town of you doing your thing. Here's the names of the people that you find at this bar, and
yeah,
here's some notes off to the side of their personality types. Just you being just a regular individual that's polite but not trying to poke and prod. Here's what you know about them. If you want to RP, you can. Here's their names, and I want to do that. I want to
that's
do that because I think that's kind of representing the downtime that I want to have be necessary for the game I want to build. I think downtime in a game is very important because, like you said earlier, it takes you about 3 to 4 weeks to get from first to second level. So you have these challenges daily that you do. 5 days of working, you need 2 days of rest, and then back at it again. So like basically after basic training, you should be second, third, fourth level, somewhere around there. Um, and
And
I think that the downtime reflects really well because I need to have downtime happen. I need to have it happen because you're actively not trying to level up as a fucking speed run.
no,
Excuse me.
and and mages and mages musings, I understand that people don't think in terms of people don't think in terms of game terms. I understand that, but I'm also going to hey, if a new recruit shows up to go and to go into processing, I'm going to put them through some basic tests. What's your reading level? I'm going to put you through mental tests to go figure out what your intelligence. Can you figure out problem solving, wisdom? I'm going to go put you through. Hey, here's some strength tests. Figure out what your strength score is. I'm going to figure out what your dex score is. I'm going to make you run and do exercises. Figure out what your con score is. The only thing I'm not going to test you on is your charisma. But hey, I'm going to be interviewing you, so we're going to figure out where your charisma's at. Now we got your 6 stats figured out, and then you're gonna. And I know people who do who do go out there and go, okay, I need to practice this one skill to get better at it. I'm going to sit there and study an engine manual because I want to learn how to fix these engines. They're going to take time to practice, study, watch training videos, figure out how to be a YouTube mechanic, so that way they can understand what their real mechanic is going to teach them how to do when they get into real work. They're gonna fuck around. They're gonna fuck something up because everybody who's first starting out. Sorry, I work at a car parts company. I watch everyone from idiots coming in for their first time who don't understand the basic what they need to do a brake change, to people who have been in the industry for 20 something fucking years and are amazing at it, and who come in and go, I know more than you, shut the fuck up, just give me this part, and here's me, yes sir. And then I go out there and yeah, verily I shall consult you two through my crystal ball. But the thing here is that it's not YouTube, but I cast divinations, and I go and I pray to my gods for powers. Someone give me some knowledge and some logic. I'm gonna fuck around with this, and I'm gonna fiddle.
Lord of Omens, give me sight beyond sight.
Where's the plot happening? Plot is happening over there. And go out on your adventure. Yep. But the thing here is that that's actually kind of what but it's kind of like I'm fast forwarding through this a little bit, and I'm using modern terms that most of us understand. But you could backfill this pretty easily and go, okay, there's a few more complications that make it not so easy. But the local guy, the local captain of the guard might walk you through basics, how not to suck at this, because if he's going to be leading you, he's not going to want you to be incompetent. He's going to go, hey, dude, I think you might be better with a bow than with a sword, because he watched your idiot go stumbling around with his mighty strength 12, and sorry, I'm using D&D terms, but this can be used for any RPG. Just gotta change the terms around a little bit, understand how things work, and go. But you're a damn good shot. Okay, you got a higher dex. Your potential into becoming good is, hey, maybe big swords aren't your thing. Maybe small swords are your thing. Maybe you don't need to be wearing plate. Here's this. You're going to be shaped by the people who train you on how you get to level 1. When you chose your first class, your first job, and you could be incompetent. I've had people who at my jobs who I go, oh dear God, you're retarded and an idiot. but you're all I've got to work with. You're not optimal for this job in any way, shape, or form because there are players out there who play unoptimal classes. You might get the intelligence 12 wizard. Dude, you ain't going far in this profession, man. You know that, right? That's okay. I'm just here. I'm trying. Yeah. You ain't making it that far, my friend. Because I remember the old days where your max level of spells was based on your intelligence minus 10. So that level 12 guy, he wants to be a wizard. Oh, he tries, but boy, the good wizards are also here going, yeah, buddy. Yeah, I don't think so, Tim. Yeah, you should probably go find a better job for you. Okay, I'm gonna try. Good, dear God, just stop eating the pencil. Okay, cool. Go be a priest. Go be a sorcerer. Go be anything else but wizard, my friend. I can write my own name. Sure you can, dude. Sure you can. I know he's just level dipping, but this is why you have training. This is why you have NPCs who are out there. And every game does have a stat system. And I know I default to D&D, but the thing is, every game does have these. The 6 stats are the stats. You may break them up to agility and dex or perception. You may break them up and give other variations, but you can always default down to, if you put your thoughts into it, straight dex con. That's almost universal. Or you may call it endurance, fortitude, some other terminology for I don't get tired and die as quick. And there is always another term for, and some of them may have multiple terms for flexibility and agility, but it all generates down to it's dex. And like you can I understand all this. And yeah, exactly. And
I have to restart my computer. It's telling me it wants to restart.
And you can't delay it?
Yeah, I can't. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Keep talking with chat. I'll be right back.
I'll keep talking. I know that it's like I know if I'm ever going to run D&D, it's I don't run Dungeons and Dragons. I use the engine, but it's not Dungeons and Dragons because we spend a long time playing with this. And when you play with one engine for 20 something years, you learn something about it and you figure out where its flaws are, and then you edit it. I guarantee you that if I would I can run. I don't want to run rules as written because raw is garbage because it has problems. We do all work with it, but I'm not. And no, I don't believe that players are a cut above the commoner. I really don't. I mean, because the world is big, and even, like, you're starting to run into this mentality of, do you have only one? Like, what is the percentage of how many people are the cut above? And I'm willing to go as far down to as even with 1% of like a town as big as, say, London. Oh hell, I'll use my own town, the city I'm in right now. It's like I have 180,000 people in my city, 300,000 if I count the entire Tri-County area, which is about as big as most baronies or duchies would actually be in a feudalistic society. How far? Like, it would take me moving at the standard walking D&D walking pace about 2-3 days to reach the edge of any of the Tri-County area in my area. And so there's about 300,000 people at a 1%, just 1% are actually leveled characters, and everyone else is 0. There is still somewhere around at least 3,000 at class leveled adventurers in within a 3-day walking radius of where I'm at right now. that's a lot of people who are doing a lot of the legwork. Now, if you push out the idea that everyone's level 1 and that it's harder to get beyond that, you start rearranging the numbers, but you're still looking at there's a mountain of people who are not useless. And you do have, I break down levels. The problem is that so there's 3,000 and 1,500 of that are going to level 1s. And then you go to 750 level 2s, then 350, 325, 375 are level 4, then level 5. Like, I could do the halving math out for a while and reach out to how dear God, I could probably do the math. But you reach that certain point where, okay, but that's with only 1,000 people. And that's like 1%, but I don't believe that players are that. I'm more willing to go everybody tries. So you're going to have out of 300,000, 150,000 who are level 1, and then working my way up, and then breaking down how many of those will actually be adventurer classes, because that's it. For us, when we did our math out, that's where we made our distinction is most people are actually they're leveled up, but they're not in adventurer classes. They're in like the merchants, the crafters, they're in at the NPC jobs, but you're going to encounter a level 4, level 5 NPC who will bitch slap. He's not going to keep up with the badass, but he's going to be he's going to be somebody who's not going to just be a complete total pushover. He's not going to be skilled out because, and I know I like skill based games, and yes, I like numbers go up with levels, and I often have problems. Yeah. And the problem here is that as oh God, how best to describe it? Yes, it is a major city, but you're going to encounter smaller. This problem becomes okay. So I travel a week north to the next major nexus point. It only has 150,000 people in it, and then there's the network of communities that ring it, and then the network of communities that ring each of those cities out, and you start looking at, well, this is where you get your baronies and your various districts, and all of them have major centers of power. So unless you're always going to be adventuring at the fortress on the keep, on the outer edge, but where's the frontier? Is the frontier the next kingdom going to be? Because yes, there's London, there's also Edinburgh, there's also Paris, there's also various other cities everywhere. There is no. You're not going to encounter very many. You're going to encounter a whole slew of little Roanoke. I know most of you don't know where Roanoke is, or little or Eureka's or Metamoras, but for me, who grew up in this area, that's how my frame of reference is I can look out there and see a town of 500. I'm sorry, my hometown had a mighty population of 325. The town I was born in and spent a good number of my summers in before I got to high school was a town of 300. We had 500 if you count all the outlying farms, and our next biggest city was a town of 20,000. But that was still 20,000. And by D&D terms, we would have had to have walked on a major road, like all day on a major road to reach that, out to that town. Would be because you get double movement. So you walk a hex, you walk two hexes because the town was 20 miles away. That's 2 hexes. So I wanted to walk on that road all day. For all day, I can arrive at the next biggest town. or I could go to the town that my brother was born in, which was only about 8,000, but it had a hospital, and that one was that was a day and a half walk away in D&D terms. And there's a small town of 200 along the way. But so, having grown up in rural land, I understand how small things can get, and if you look at the idea of how many are retired military or police, you're still looking at the 5-10% of a number. And I'm willing to look at, I understand, but you're also playing in a world where we have the benefit of being today we have one of the most secure, safest societies we've ever had. We are living in a golden age of no banditry. It's hard to come back, but you really don't see mass roving bands of bandits and gangs and highway robbery. We live in a rather wonderful, glorious time of a central government with a central authority that's establishing peace. We can argue about this. This is not what's going on here. But the thing is, we don't have the D&D world where that description of I can follow a road for 20 miles and reach the next major city from my farming village. But the thing here is that's an entire day. If a problem happens, help is not coming quickly. Help is 2 days away. A day to walk out, a day to walk back. Help is a day. Help is maybe a day away if we have a guy on horseback riding. So you got to be able to solve your own problems locally and handle wilderness. We don't have the Black Forest where there's monsters that are hiding out there, where there's goblins who are attacking everyone day in and day out. How if everyone was level 0 and everywhere no, there's a difference between highway robbery and taxes. We don't have somebody who's going to beat you up on the side of the road and take your money. No, we have Uncle Sam who does it once a year via the mail. That's just government. But we don't live in a D&D world where on that ride out from location redacted to location redacted, there's several places where if I wanted to ambush somebody who was traveling the main road, I could beat up them and nobody would fucking find me because I could disappear off into the 4 or 5 miles off into the woods and know that I can come back in 3 or 4 days because this is the only major roadway between point A and point B, and this is where the farmers are going to be traveling. This is where the merchants are going to be traveling because there will be merchants who are going from the farming district, pulling all the farm foods and taking them to the next major town.
And the thing is that he's talking about a quote unquote civil society. All of us are seeing crime nowadays. I mean, there was a shooting in my apartment complex on the 13th. The new life that we are leading since 2020, when everything kind of went haywire, has made things a bit more difficult for me to stomach. But we do live in a more adventuresome time where I tell people to stay strapped. But yeah. I think by and large, I mean, most of us live relatively calm lives. There was a man at my door 2 weeks ago trying to break in, and he saw me get the door unlocked with the barrel of Nancy in my hand, and I was getting ready to paint the stairwell with him, and that was when he wisely decided to move, and we have not seen said individual since. Hopefully he remembers that this is not the apartment to rob. I do not have the shotgun that I don't have the slide pump shotgun that I wish I had. I have a 5-shell magazine, and it works. It works once it's in sight. It does not have the audio cue.
I I think what I mean is that we're at the tail end of, but a lot of us lived in an era like the 70s, 80s, and 90s where we did live through an era where maybe this is me living in smaller towns, in smaller areas where you knew your neighbors, things really weren't that bad. You could keep your door and car unlocked and be okay. Yeah, but this is also why if you play with say like Kingmaker or Ultimate Campaign, there was the crime and corruption stats for cities that if you don't maintain a good police force, if law and order starts to break down, shit like what we're seeing now can happen. But again, we're not living in the era of the banditos, where bands of maybe you live in a major city, get bands and gangs and cartels exist, but you don't see the highway robbery yet. You don't see everyone should be armed, everyone should because that's just safe. But there's still safe areas that you can get by in. We're not yet fully into D&D levels of if someone jumps you, stab the fuck out of them. And so it's just that I guess it's just me looking at, but then again, this also comes from the fact that I put a lot of thought that, okay, I'm going to tell you a thought experiment that some of my friends do, because we like to do a lot of us have degrees or spend a lot of time listening to war colleges and economics things. And so in my local area, our SCA area calls our area is a small kingdom and barony. So again, I play a lot of Kingmaker, a lot of Ultimate Campaign, where the city of Peoria fits really, really conveniently if you divide the city into half. Half the city fits into one hex, half the city fits in another hex, and then you use that as a point. We could figure out that we actually could go, okay, so this is the barony. Putting it into D&D terms, take away airplanes, take away tanks and cars and all that shit. Population size and say 300,000 people, Tri-County area. Congratulations, here's the kingdom. And then figuring out how things would have worked in D&D trade to take our perception of what we know and try to overlay it into a world that we don't understand because we don't live in that world. And so we don't think about this. It's much like how different example. How far is 30 meters? Most people aren't going to be able to tell you how far 100 feet, a little over 100 feet is. Most people aren't going to, but then we start realizing that, okay, 10, 30, start measuring out distances and start figuring out, okay, this is how far that is. This is how far this is. How far can I shoot with a bow? How can I perceive this? How far can I look down the road? Where does error start to manifest themselves? Where's the problem? Okay, so how big is a map sheet? This is how big. How can I visualize this? How far is travel time? How far? Because most of us aren't thinking when we're driving how far 10 miles is. But remember, 10 miles is how far, if you're looking at trekking through wilderness hoods, is how fast your adventurers are walking. Or you can run fast. How big is a battlefield? How is this going to look? And then you start figuring out how far the farming communities are. How are you separating this out? How do you describe it so that way it fits well in not like to take what is mechanical and then figure out how to describe it and how to perceive it. And then you can start figuring out the problems. And it's this nice little circle that comes down to I know I'm putting a lot of thought into this, but it's the thing here is that say I'm in Peoria and there's a problem in Morton. If you were to get a map out, that's 12 miles, or in Ultimate Campaign terms, almost a full hex away. And suddenly I was able to perceive the distance between downtown Peoria and how big a hex is. And now I can start figuring out all all the terrain variations, and then now I can describe better. Yeah, it's mostly all fields, but it's near a river, so there's going to be some hills but that's not the predominant feature. Because I know when everyone's kind of goes, it's Illinois. Illinois is flat until you look at it, and then go, well, I know I drive a lot on one of our highways, and people are like, it's all flat land. I'm like, bullshit, it is. There's hills everywhere. And at certain points, you can like they're not real hills, but there's rises that you can see for miles. But other times, but also less than a half a mile away is a former major road that's no longer major, but there's vast chunks of it that yeah, every once in a while you can see over to the other road, but you can't see any of it for most of the time. So, yeah, you're on the main highway, but somebody is less than a half a mile away, and they're out of sight. They're out of sight, out of mind, unless you're on one of these little ridges and you can look over and see where their road is. But we're like, oh, but it's all flatland. Bullshit. It's bullshit. Like, as one of my friends who's an old tanker once said, like I could run an entire tank company right along I-74. You won't know I'm here, and I'm less than a mile away from you the whole time, and you won't notice because that's just how terrain works. And I'm like, oh fuck, well thanks, and because he clued me in on this on some of these things, and then as I drive that road a lot, suddenly I started to perceive a lot of these distances and differences. It may say flat land, but you might not be able to see them. That ridge line is really important because everywhere you go can be different. How you could just no, you can't. But the thing is that you don't perceive it unless you're looking for it, unless you know what you're looking for, and suddenly now you do, and the world just changes a whole lot. And because again, I play a lot of war games, and then I'm sitting here, and someone's like, "I can shoot 4 miles," and I'm like, "Go find me 4 miles you can see." And somebody's like, "Oh," I'm like, "Yeah." How often do you get to see 4 fucking miles in a clear line for 4 miles? Yeah, I'm like, yeah, you can't. And so therefore, I translate all of this over into other role playing games and other concepts because a lot of these ideas, yeah, I play a lot of BattleTech. This is where my mentality comes from. But I play a lot of 6mm war games. I play a lot of D&D. I play a lot of Exalted. I play a lot of games. And then suddenly going, well, okay, there's speed, there's movement, and all those other details that all kind of coalesce into man, I could just accept that game bad, don't change. Or I can go, but it can be improved. And not all of my ideas are ever accepted by other people. I will bring new ideas to the table and talk with other GMs that are in my area, and they go, that sounds awesome, but it's too complicated. Let's just not do that. And I'm like, okay, fine. We table that. But later, we might come to a problem, and somebody goes, hey, that thing you tabled, yeah, bring it back out. And we look at it a second time and go, okay, now we can figure out a way to use that. So it's like, I know I can simplify the game a whole lot and just be basic and accept that. And hell, if I'm at anybody else's table, I will accept everyone's level 0. The world is flat. Terrain is very boring. Congratulations, we all live in Nebraska, where it's all flat. Or Ohio. So not Ohio, but yeah, no, Iowa. Just flat land. Just flat. And nothing ever happens, and it's just boring. Or I can go, no, but there's trees, there's hedgerows, there's ditches.
I had my microphone off the whole time, and I've been shouting at you. I was like, "Why the fuck is he not responding to me?" The road that is mostly not flat. What were you talking about? 150 going for
I-74, 150.
Okay. Yeah, that's a very hilly area, especially through Washington and East Peoria area. Then you have what's that dump that they have in East Peoria? That's the largest mountain in north central Illinois. You know what I'm talking about, the dump.
Yeah,
That's a man-made mountain that we
yeah.
have. That is just heaps of trash and cockroaches. You have a whole chunk. You have an environment, an ecology there that Terminix would love to just invest time and money and research in, and then they could go on a multi-million-dollar campaign and finally
Oh,
be working.
I used to look. I used to see that mountain of trash from when I was driving my way through out to Washington every day because
And
it's there.
now in the chat here, we're talking about like the crime activity levels, and I just found out that there's 160,000, nearly 160,000 veterans here in San Antonio, a city of 1.45 million. So 1,450,000 people has like 160,000 vets. Not
Yeah.
quite the 15% I was thinking, but that's still a sizable amount of vets.
You look at the 1%.
That's actually the 10%.
Yeah. You're looking at a serious number, and this number carries on to a lot of towns. It's like I was willing to at least go with 1% being useful, but 10% sounds more closer to being right, and I'm willing to put that. And the number of skilled tradesmen that are out there, those are also leveled. I leveled up people. Those I'm not going to say the people who are great at running certain things or building the bridges right now or working on our master masons are going to be level 0 dipshits. They're not. They're going to be good at their shit. I think this is why I like games that don't have levels and you have skill ranks, god damn it. But I also like the idea of I work with what I've got to work with in the framework that most. Now, if I was doing all this conversationing with, say, a bunch of World of Darkness players, this conversation would be a whole different fucking ballpark at this point. But I know what game engine that feels 80% like a good 70% of all the people who play fucking role playing games. It's going to be some form of path dragons and other weird shit. Sorry. We're a very inbred and mutated fucking genre here. It's the truth. It's inbred as fuck. And I think we're at the point where we have Habsburgs running around. With Pathfinder 2.
I like how we're running the math side of things this time, and I'm not trying to beat up on Mage's Musings for his idea of the 0 level, because in a 20 level game that typically would be like a 2nd edition or 1st edition AD&D game, 0 level is typically just people that aren't involved with fighting. Like, you let them get hit once with the sword, there's a really good chance they're going to die.
Yeah.
You don't want them to get hit with swords. You don't want them to get attacked. You don't want their town to get sieged. You don't want anybody's town to get sieged by people you don't especially like. But like the 0 levels are probably not going to last very long in a fracas. They're going to be the first ones to fall or be used as conscripts, and I don't want to see that, but it happens.
I know.
And that's why I was thinking my game would be like a 36 level game. And that for me would work really well for like what we were talking about, like a kid that's just got his MOS out of basic and AIT or whatever training he got. He's going to be like 3rd level, 4th level,
right?
And around like 7th, 8th level, like that's typically where your levels of like your lance corporals, your E4s, E5s are at. Or guys that have been in the trade for like 10 years and they're respected within their group.
Yep.
And Mage's Musings hit something really important here. Don't underestimate numbers. An army of 0 levels will mess up your characters by sheer volume. Yeah, because like in what wasn't in Pathfinder, somebody did like a great or colossal worm versus like 2,000 bowmen. Didn't that happen?
I think I use that as an example. Oh, 1 second. Fuck.
Sorry.
Ah!
It wasn't just a regular like army or banditry mages. Somebody said, no, we're going to take the colossal CR-22 Red Dragon against this army of plebes.
There's the rules in here that the reason why I've been trying to fix NPCs and combat is because of the fact that those rules are probably the better than most of the other rules out there, but they're still shit. They are total shit. But one colossal great war red dragon, by combat stats, when you put it on the army scale, is a pushover for a massive pile of one legion, 1,000 man Roman legion of dipshits who cost nothing to recruit, nothing to maintain, and are armed with pretty much cheap 5-year-old bows. 5-year-old makes a string bow and firing some crappy arrows can bring. And you could like raise 2 or 3 legions of this. You go the full Roman versus Hannibal, where I have crushed 3 of your legions. Why? And here comes Rome. Look at Hannibal going, I didn't hear no fucking bell. We're going for another round. And here's Hannibal. Oh fuck! I killed like 20,000 of you. And Rome, I ain't heard no bell yet, motherfucker. I'm doing this shit. And
I get what Mage is saying. He's like, the dragon's pretty smart. He's not dumb. He's not going to take on those kind of numbers. Probably not. But for the sake of mechanics and just to illustrate just how staging and pacing should be done with great worms, like you should never let them attack a army head on. And the fact that we could do this, go ahead, Khy.
Now, here's the thing. So, if a GM wants to throw dragons at us, and they want to play fucking dragon bullshit, I have seen I have and seen other players do it. So, okay, I'm raising my army of level 0 peasants. This is how we abuse games, by the way. All right, so I'm going to look at my kingdom and the general area of where I'm operating as. So I have built an average kingdom size. I have several regions. I'm calling in everybody who's a able-bodied fighter. I'm ready to, like, these are just, I don't care, all level 0s. And I'm going to give them all, shoestring and green, shitty short bows. Yeah, they have range attack. They have a range attack of 1. Good job. Good. But my mass combat, okay, so my capital has 2 or 3 legions of guys with bows. And the dragon's like, well, shit, I can't burnate the capital because the capital will turn me into pincushions and I will die. And now I will begin to maneuver the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th legions will now go out there and play a game of the dragon. Wherever the dragon goes, the legions follow, and they move in this slowly encompassing net that will slowly choke. I can fly. I'll go somewhere else. Congratulations, the problem is solved. If the dragon leaves my kingdom and goes somewhere else to go fuck with somebody else's time, he's left me alone. My kingdom is safe, and I go tell my 8,000 peasants to go back home, go back to farming. And if that dragon comes back to town, ring the bell. The 8 legions show back up, and the dragon goes, fuck, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Show up out of nowhere and ninja strike come out like, I'm just going to fly in and, no, we got watchtowers. There's somebody out there is be like, oh man, there goes the dragon again. He's coming over here to go raid us. One moment. Ding, 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 ding. And suddenly, the fires of Gondor are lit. The signals reach the capital, and then, mobilize the legions. And the dragon goes, well, I had a grand total of 2-3 days of burning the countryside, and now I got to go somewhere else. And because if that dragon fights, we're going to kill it. We're going to murder him. We're going to murder him hard. And at that point, like, why do we have adventurers? Yeah, we have the Legion. we have eight legions of peasants armed with shitty bows and shitty strings. And the dragon goes, well, all I could do is fly by and raid. He's not conquering. He's not doing any If he sits around and doing any kind of real damage, he dies. He does any real looting, he dies. And trust me, if he burninates enough things and raids enough, we're gonna go trace him back to his lair. And suddenly he's gonna come walking out one morning. I'm gonna go raid Bladeburg. I'm gonna go do me some burninating because I'm a shitty top tier monster. Those are level 0 peasants out there. The PCs are sitting here going, yeah, no, we sent no, we're all hiding over here in our little duck blind, sitting at the bottom of the mountain as the red dragon. I'm so much of a fucking badass. I'm going back to my lair. And then he wakes up and there's just this ring of fucking guys who are outside his front door waiting out there. And he comes out there thinking he's all big badass. I'm like Sauron. I'm gonna come walk my ass out and where all the fuck did you people come from? Shit. And then suddenly the scene from 300 where we just black in the sky happens, and that dragon died. And the dragon, well, I guess I'm fighting in the shade. Oh my fucking god, I'm gonna die! And you have a dead dragon, and everyone goes, woo! Yeah, the dragon may kill some people, but at that point you're just like, but at that point, what problem cannot be solved with throwing the Roman legion at it? Man, every problem becomes throwing peasants at the problem. And trust me, when we sat down and realized that every problem can be solved with a zero cost, zero to maintain, zero penalty to mobilize 2,000 man army, a legion, and we just send them at every problem goes away. And, well, you're going to lose some people. I don't give a shit. We're playing this mechanically. I'm playing it's a war game. It costs me nothing to raise them, and I only got to maintain them for a week or two, and the problem's solved. Because we eat all problems unless the GM throws an actual army at you. But the problem is, if they bring an actual army and all you have are peasants, you get rolled. You get face rolled. But if it's a problem that adventurers can handle, the army eats the adventuring problem. What? You got 5 giants? Not a problem. Send the legion. Man, they've got 1,000 orcs. We've got 1,000 peasants. We auto lose. So how do you not want to auto lose to an army? So if 2 armies meet, do you want to lose? No. You gotta train. You gotta produce a better army. You gotta actually pay for and maintain a leveled army, but suddenly 1,000 level 3s are a lot more scarier than 1,000 level 0s. And so we got a bunch of peasants, like a bunch of privates, and a couple of corporals leading this entire horde of, well, we're all actually pretty decent at this job, and now suddenly that orc horde doesn't look so scary over there. Yeah, they outnumber us 2 to 1, but we fight harder than they do. Okay, we can hold. At this, I remember here, I game with a guy who's got a fucking master's, is working on his PhD in military history. So when we do our theory crafting, we're emulating the armies of, we're looking at the armies of history, and not, oh hey, we're a misfit band of weirdos going out there. No, we're looking at how the Republic mobilized and conquered. We look at the shipbuilding of of Carthage versus Rome. We're looking at the post fall of the empire messes in the West. We're looking at the Byzantines holding the Eastern Empire holding and how they modernized, how they revolutionized their things. We're looking at how forts are deployed, how to run defense in depth in the era without magic. Because I know magic changes everything. Once you include magic and magical bullshit into it, the equations change horribly. But then again, at that point, we're assuming that magic is only in the hands of the bad guys. Bullshit. Even if only 1% of my adventuring corps are spellcasters, we're going to start creating a signal corps way earlier than radio. Suddenly, if you got people who are now sending coded messages via magic, and well, you can only send so many words. Okay, we send code books out with our dedicated communications wizards, whose entire job is to, if these words come across, check through the code book, find the combination here. Oh shoot, let me go find a book real fast. Oh fuck. Shit. There it is. Okay. Opening line for this book has this exact scenario and situation in it. Let me open it up here. Yes, Alas Babylon Q4E9. That's what that warned a group of characters that the zombie apocalypse was happening. So if I write a code book that says if these words are put together, this is like, so you can dissect the entire threat down to, all right, word 1 tells you category of threat. Next one tells you tells you some idea what the threat's going to be. These following numbers will tell you what to expect, what to happen. Suddenly now your 20-word communication is now translating vast quantities more by sending through communications. And this is all done through magic. Okay, we don't have artillery and catapults. No, we have wizards. We don't have a medical corps. We have clerics. We have this thing. Again, if only 1% of your leveled characters are these leveled characters, you're using them sparingly in small doses, but using them as force multipliers, not putting them all into one group and going, this is the mage corps is doing this. No, you're sprinkling them out as force multipliers. You're looking at the way of one person whose job is to stabilize as many wounded as possible to send them back. Your healers, your clerics. You're looking at wizards who are trying to like slow down things, or you're looking at the exalted mentality. The player characters are the heroes, the break. Like, I guess because I play spreadsheets so much that I don't need to play the hero, because I know I can change kingdoms by sending an email. The idiot players don't realize the power that communications can bring. That my earlier example of, I had to send a guy on horseback, a half a day and then a half a day back to get help to arrive, suddenly becomes a whole lot faster if, okay, I can send a mental message to a guy who's waiting and say, hey, problem, send help. Yeah, that help is now a half a day away, but that went from a day of isolation to a half a day isolation. And they've got faster ways of movement that can slow it down, shorten down the response times. But you're still looking at response times. I know.
Say good night to Mr. Mage's musings. We know it's late, but I recognize you're fading out, and get some rest. Come back and finish up the stream tomorrow, sir. We should be finished here in about an hour or two.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Khy.
I know all. Yeah, you're right. Flags and fireworks are other ways of doing it. Magic is a phenomenal thing. Magic changes the equations by both simplifying and actually motivating others to be able to realize that, okay, I need to spend months training one guy to be able to do it, but I can't guarantee. So you might actually have people looking for ways to supplement or free up casters by having, looking at other details. I know everyone's like, magic retards technology. Yes and no. Yes, it can retard it, but no, it can motivate at the same time, because you might be looking for ways to just, it's a weird theory crafting here, but I guess because of the fact that D&D looks simple until you take it apart. And fantasy games all fantasy games, no matter what you fucking do, have this same problem. I know Ars Magica exists. I'm a Mage the Ascension player where I got to figure out how to do everything with Paradox or with other problems. I've been playing Dark Ages or Renaissance or through various eras that go forward. I play Technocrats, so therefore everything about Mage is either I'm a singularly awesome or I'm a force multiplier. And I'm always looking for how to multiply because I realize that I am one person when I'm playing these games. I am one person. I can only do so much. I can only be in one place at a time. But I have so many, and most GMs throw so many problems, so many plot hooks at you. And I'm somebody who likes to write down a lot of, I don't care if it's red herrings, I don't care if it's wrong information. I write down what GMs say. Not everything, but I write down what sounds interesting to me. And then I will also talk to my fellow players and ask, hey, what caught your attention during that session? And if multiple people all say, this sounds interesting, or this sounds like a viable threat, this is a problem. And if more than one person says it's a viable threat, allocate resources to do it. But then we realize we're only one person. Yes, we're the problem solvers. We're the ultimate tool that has to go in and take care of the problem. That is what we are. We're the main characters. We're the heroes. We're the party. But we can send people out to do all the legwork, to do the investigations, to track down information. So that way, when we're done when we're done putting out the current fire, we can be shifted rapidly over to take care of the next problem, the next fire. We just take. So we always look down the idea that we are the hammer. We need people to find us the nails, and so it's a lot of administrative work. It's a lot of trusting the GM, trusting the players trusting the GM to actually do work, which most GMs are lazy or they're too busy, and work is hard. I understand this. I'm slowing down at being able to do all this stuff like I used to. But the idea that I have minions, I have followers who are trained, who are working, who are creating the communications, who are out there gathering information for me, who are being my intel arm, my communications arms, who are being my resources and logistics. So that way I know that right now I'm fighting Dark Lord number 12, but the evil sorceress over here is a problem, but we can't handle her. We are too busy to handle her, or we're not handling her yet. But I can start moving resources into position so that way when we take care of Dark Lord, we can swap the evil sorceress. And now it's a rapid transition. We are now at the next threat. It looks like now, from an adventuring turn, we're just going from one combat, one threat, transitioning rapidly over to another threat, because while we're busy over here, we're allocating, we're talking to minions, we're working out the problem so we know where to go to handle problem number 2, while also cooking number 3, number 4, because some GMs like throwing 4 plots simultaneously at you, and there's no right answer. And I know that we can only handle 3 before 4 pops, but at this point we have an idea that there are four threats, rather than, well, now that we to take care of the Dark Lord, we have no idea that 2, 3, and 4 are even existing. And let me speak on purpose to. No, it didn't work. Magic users are exceedingly powerful and exceedingly
they're your investment class. You have a magic user in your game or in your party, and that's your investment. You got to keep him alive to get at least 5th level, and once he's 5th level, the game changes.
Yeah, and at 5th level, they're gods, and there's even really, really powerful spells that don't seem powerful at level 1, level 2, because that's what you're going to get your hands on. I guess because most GMs are, you're going to find free casters who are over level 5, because that's what player characters are all for. So you're going to see level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4 characters, characters running around being able to be recruitable. So you have to be able to do all your work with level 1 spells, level 2 spells, and those are your utility spells. Those are like your work spells. Yeah, you have one guy who could change reality, but you got everybody else who's doing all the bitch work, and that's your basic spells. And there's a lot of really good spells at level 1, level 2. But everybody has their eye on the prize, which is level 4, level 3, level 4 spells, that's where all the fun happens. But there's your work spells that do everything. Awesome, common. Awesome, every day. And every day is awesome if you can put them to use right. But most players aren't put in those situations. They're there, use them. And it's fun. And guys, this is going into fucking Magic, and that's going to be Magic and deities. That's a whole fucking new. That's a whole Magic, deities, the afterlife. That is a whole slew of stuff, and we're already at the 3-hour mark. But no, the fact that we do have the linear progression versus the exponential progression joke. It's not even a joke. It's just real. On my character gets stronger. I do more damage. Yay. I am weak as hell. Hockey stick. And I can swing sword really good. I can shoot bow really good. I can drop flaming mountains. I swing sword really good. My AC really high. I can summon a tidal wave. Oh. I stab someone real good. I bring them back to life. Fuck. I swing sword really good. I jump really good. You know what? I'm gonna go take my lunch break in Asgard. See y'all, guys. Bye. I'm at my ultimate ability to. I'm at my capstone ability as a fighter. I can make people die really, really good. Man, I feel bad about you. I was talking to the guy you worship, and I'm building him a new guest house over in heaven right now. I just conjured stuff enough, and I can do all this stuff. And you need me to keep you alive. Yeah, you're right. I do. You do. If you manage to get to me and stab me, I'm gonna die. I know this. Excuse me. I'm going to go and not be on this plane of existence. Good luck finding me. Poof. Where'd he go? I don't know. Meanwhile, the cleric, I don't really understand, but excuse me. I need to go channel my god. My god to become an avatar. I'm amazing. Oh man, we all kind of suck. Just remember, I changed your diapers when you were a low-level character. Mm-hmm, sure, I remember. Yeah, I know. Man, just call me when you hit the ball rug. Oh, you need me? Not really. You need me? No, not really. The rug. I don't know what you're talking about. I face out of existence.
Oh my God, the deities were published and everything backfired. Kids saw the gods set it out. Oh my God, I'm gonna kill him. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if you want to level your game up that high and do that, go on ahead. It's your table. You do what you want. But I would prefer that tables don't get that high. Even though the game I'm running, I want to run it to 36 level. The game I'm designing, not the one I'm currently running. I want it to go to 36. That doesn't mean that every game should go to 36. At 36 level, you are starting to deal with more and more heavenly and more hellish beings. You're dealing with more with various Azuras and various divs and various outsider types, and you're getting involved with the traffic of the gods. It's not a good idea to do that because
No.
high stakes game. I mean, yeah, your god might want to get you resurrected, but the enemy of your god might be more powerful and decide to keep your corpse in their purgatory And no, you don't get to play anymore. You got to re-roll your new first level character. That might be a thing. And if you're doing that, you're doing that. I don't recommend it. I don't think it's for enjoyable play. But if you think it is, go ahead. You do 36 levels in my game. You've played that character for years.
Unfortunately, D&D gave us. I made one mistake early on, and why we're still paying for it now. That is Cyric. Forgotten Realms Cyric, having a guy who could kill a god and take over his pantheon. It established that gods are killable. And honestly, that's the fact that we have him. Just as a complete and total reminder that, god damn it, we can't have anything good in D&D. But then again, I'm also kind of but I also look at the idea that I understand that some people want that Judeo-Christian, God is invincible, God is fantastic, you can't kill gods. But I also kind of like the Greek and Roman thing of, no, you can bitch slap a god. And periodically, most of the gods get their asses kicked. Most of them do, at least. And I'm used to like Legend of the Five Rings, where gods are real. They're physical creatures. That it's a really hard thing to kill one, but you can kill one. I'm also used to Exalted. Exalted is a game where, God exists, and there's a lot of gods. There's a whole metric shitload of gods, from minor gods to major terrestrial gods to minor celestial gods to major celestial gods to the gods who run the multiple planets, and then you got the guys who created the gods, and they're all fucking powerful, but you could kill them. They are killable creatures. And I guess because of the fact that I don't subscribe to the need to have my Judeo-Christian God as somehow an omnipotent, omnipowerful, omnipresent creature who grants powers to everyone and does everything, and he's just so good and powerful that if he just wanted you to die, he could snap his fingers and you just explode. I'm like, no, I'm used to Norse gods or Celtic gods or hell, gods and most other fucking no, dude, this is where I hang out. This is my place, and I'm an actual personified creature, and I'm not because I'm sorry, I don't keep up with the omni. I don't believe in the especially in D&D in my fantasy games of the omnipresent, omnipowerful, and omnibenevolent. There, because of the fact that major gods aren't solving, that the good gods aren't solving every problem by snapping their finger and making the bad guy explode. Well, the bad guy's under the powers of good, so therefore, the bad guy's under the powers of the bad guy gods. The bad guy gods say, no, you can't blow up my. At this point, we're no longer playing a game with rules, and now we're playing garbage rules that like backyard make believe. I kill your guy. No, I'm a bad guy god, and I'm going to say my guy lived. Oh, well, I'm going to empower my heroes, and they're going to kill your guy. Well, I'm going to power my guy, too. And now he's got evil powers. And now it's good guys versus evil guys, and now we have dice rolling off. But now we have things like Pantheon. Well, now there's a whole bunch of gods and pantheons, and now they have portfolios. And this is the god of thievery and lies, and he'll know anything that involves thievery and lies. And this is still the god of good and awesome badasses, because I need to have my Christian analogy god who's just so good, but he can't actually do anything, so he needs you fuckers to do his laundry for him, because he can't fucking wipe his own ass without but he's got armies of angels and celestial beings who do fucking nothing except to show up every once in a while and go, you people need some help. Do you guys need a little bit of a hand? I'm a glowing ball. I'm here to tell you that your God approves of you, and you should go over here. There's some good mushrooms that you might need for a potion. Good job.
Lantern Archon. I'm next to useless.
I'm a scary dog guy. I'm good. most of the celestial gods are fucking useless. Most of the celestial angels and celestial creatures are jokes, and you're just sitting here going, "Wow." Meanwhile, it's like, meanwhile, I'm a giant fiery god of death and destruction. My wings blacken out the sun from smoke. I'm way more awesome, and I'm a general of the armies of darkness. Meanwhile, the good guys, oh, we got a guy who's got a flaming sword every once in a while, but he does nothing. Meanwhile, I'm just gonna, oh, I am the Balrog, just with a rename because Tolkien's more scary than I am. I'm going to go fucking rape shit. Meanwhile, I'm a snake. I'm a snake with 6 arms and swords. I can blunder through armies. What do you guys got? Good guys. Oh, good. We got heroes. Yeah. Anybody who ever says the good gods in D&D are fucking anything, actually not you. I am not pushover worthless pieces of shit. Just need to look at the monster manual and realize that if there's a war between heaven and hell, that literally hell wins. Sorry, discount hell, discount heaven. Sorry, off-brand. You can't actually call it heaven and hell because that might offend the Christian people out there. But all the good gods get together and they have their armies of lantern archons. Fuck, shit, fuck. They get pushed over by imps, and imps. We're the lowest rung of the entire fucking thing, and holy fuck, it's embarrassing. And I kind of look at that and go, man, heaven, the abyss, I'm the abyss, the 7 layers of man, this needs a major rework. And well, everyone's got their own celestial heavens and it's all wonderful. There's the Elysium Fields, and then there's the place for the lawful goods and the lawful neutrals and the chaotic goods, and then there's the lawful guy gets his place, and they all work. They don't do anything. They just need heroes. Sorry, we're kind of incompetent. I know that the forces of darkness are on the move, but here's a +1 buff that lasts for 3 hours. That's all I can do. Sorry, heroes. Go out there and do what you can, because I'm the god of love, protection, and goody two-shoe thoughts and flowers. This is all I do. Fuck, you're useless. A cleric of badass. Hey, cleric. Yeah, what do you do? I don't do much. Actually, I'm the most powerful character in the entire. I'm the most powerful character in the entire game. In fact, I'm probably the avatar of the of the gods because I'm way more powerful than all of you. I have bat powers that carry this party. And this is the kind of bullshit that when the more you think about it, the more you realize that, God, just push all that crap out into a dumpster and start over. Make your own pantheons, make your own gods. Do something better than the canned trash that we have been told to accept. And just, God, I could rant for a couple hours on just how much I hate D&D's bullshit gods and shit, and how any game on the planet does a better job than fucking. I'm the chaotic evil god of badness, and fuck. Oh, and let me guess, you're the god of heroes. Yeah, what do? Oh, not much.
I hero a lot.
I inspire heroes to go out and, oh, he died. Okay, I'm going to inspire another guy. Oh, he died too. Crap. I need more followers. Hey.
I really like the Norse mythology, okay? I really do.
Too. I do too.
Whenever I think about it, I get reminded of Janet. She doesn't know squat about a lot of deities. She doesn't study that. She's been a back lady on a lot of movie sets. She's done a lot of things like gaffer work or like costuming and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it's out of her skill set, but she took a hold of the Freya cleric that I helped her out with, and she's delved into it hardcore, and she's at a point in her game where she's like, Bruce, will you just allow me to know my character got laid? That's all I want. I want to have my god or my character who is worshiping a god of fertility to at least have a couple good rows in the hay. That's all I care about. I'm like,
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, I could see Freya being like, "You're not passing by this like stud farm full of fighting men without like having yourself a little party, okay? And you're gonna like throw a party. You're gonna have you got all the other adventurers in the group, and you've got your hirelings and such, and the entire mercenary band and all their support staff are there. You find a way to bless some hops and barley, and you guys make some good wine, and next thing you know, the next morning happens, and you kind of have a hard time walking, and that's about it, you know. And I have to do stuff like that for her, but she has really grabbed on to because I don't like doing details. I'd rather the less I say, the more their imagination plays. Where they like they extrapolate on what they did sexually, and I don't have to fucking go into it. Where I discuss secret sexual things among a group of like 7 or 8 people, most of us middle aged and failing bodies and blue pills. I don't want to describe what you're doing sexually. I just want to tell you you had a good time, everything worked out, and the next day you find it hard to walk. And that's about it. I think
Write your,
that says enough, right?
write your own fanfic in your own time.
Yeah, write your own fan fiction in your head away from me.
Yep. If you think it's good enough, you can share it. But I'll look at the reading and go, "That was fun. That was pretty good reading," and move on with my life. Yeah, Fade to Black is definitely works for most people. Hey, Bruce, did we lose you?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I make a text real quick.
No worries. And, no, it's like, but no,
next time we do this, I want to talk about. I really want to open up this book because I've been putting it on streams here and there when you're on with me, and we never have talked about it in depth.
Yes, that book is crack.
I don't want to have magic like that. I really like Vancian spells, not spell slots. Get that out of your head. Spell slots, mana systems, focus or PD points and mana points. But I like some of the ideas in there I read for like the various stats and such for game theory because I think that could translate really good to one my system and two for other people's systems. They've got some very interesting thoughts of how like Bear was talking for his game system. He was trying to figure out how to do Fireball because in Fireball, and I guess in his system, you have to roll to cast a spell, kind of like what DCC is, and then you have to roll to possibly hit the target, which is kind of a throwback to first edition D&D, except for the roll to cast a spell. You just cast your spell, and then you have to throw your pebble and dictate where the pebble lands however many feet away. And by the way, like my buddy Chris really fucked up this last game because like he was trying to take the tape measure from me and see how far he has to charge. I'm like, no, you declare your charge first, then you get to measure.
That sounds like one of my most recent games of Warhammer recently, where we were playing it, we were having fun. Somebody said, "I'm going to charge," and I'm like, "All right," and he's like, "I'm going to measure out." I'm like, "Oh no, that's not how this works."
No. You declare first, measure second. Once you measure, the action's done. It's like action said, action done.
Yeah, he said he was going to charge, and then when I'm like, "Okay, you said you were charging," and so he's like, "I want to measure first to make sure I could charge." And I'm like, "No, you said you're charging," and then he ended up like 2 inches short, and then I proceeded to do what I always do because I play shooty armies, and then turn his entire unit into hamburger, because well, that's. I mean, I play Iron Warriors. We don't do fucking melee combat. No, we fucking shoot and shoot and shoot. And then he's like, "Oh, I didn't make it." I go, "No, you rolled. You misinterpreted. If you had rolled a 6, you would have made it into combat. But you rolled a 3. You're 2 inches short." Oh shit! Can I take it back? Nope. And then proceeded to watch my melee dreadnought just turn his entire unit, all of it, into fucking kibble. And he's like, "That was my elite melee unit." I go, "Yep, but unfortunately, my Warpsmith, my dreadnought, and my my 5 Marines that were right next to him all decided to turn you into hamburger because I play chaos. I eat a dick, and he turned into and his Tyranid swarm turned into hamburger. And I was like, "Yeah, that was a good chunk of your army, wasn't it?" He goes, "Yeah." Can I quit now? Yeah, you can call it. I don't have to torture you with playing out the murder fest. You know you've lost. Just call the game. Oh, Orc Stompers are awesome. They're always awesome. We have one. It was a donation from one of our kids when he left. So we still have a Stompa on a shelf, and we're like, yeah. We also have a small Gargant, so that way we can have Titan fights, which nobody ever wants to play a Titan fight, but we have them just to play Titan fights that nobody will ever play. Whatever.
I like how we got into math tonight, and I think the math is important because I think really like majority of fights, like unless it's a critical hit, like fatal shooting, like somebody really gets hit in the neck or head, typically most people can endure a gunshot.
Yeah.
You get shot twice, probably not gonna survive that. Most people can suck up one, and I don't want to say that, but I mean this only does so much damage to you. I'd rather get shot than get fucking hacked on by a fucking machete or a
But
cleaver.
I also know people who've survived numerous stab wounds and made it through. Hell, there's a Sabaton song about a guy who literally has been shot to fucking pieces, and he's still fucking going out there. If anybody ever wants to get an idea that the Unkillable Soldier, I think is the actual song name. I'll look it up.
Location is shot big too, yes. But I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, I'm thinking people have more hit points than the atypical 0 level individual. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm trying to reflect in my games. Like, you're going to typically find people have an average of between 20 and 35 hit points. And then, around level 4, they stop doing stuff. They stop doing big things. They don't go to the gym so much. They've got a wife or they've got a kid, or maybe she's pregnant, so she's not going to do like squat day because, like, she's got twins in the oven. You're not going to see that. So they change their focus and they're not trying to do stuff. Most people don't have the adventuring mindset where they're like trying to do bigger and badder things. You may, however, find a baker who's 15th level because he does weird shit. Like maybe he gets involved with a butcher knife throwing contest, or maybe he does things like he decides to go to the county fair and he does a cook-off single-handedly, going for 4 dozen lobsters at once just to feed the masses of like cut-off shorts and tank top wearing Kmart shoppers that come to the county fair. And this guy's trying to like throw his big chef cock out there. Like, watch how good of a chef I am. I'm going to make lobsters for all you $8 cover charge people. He's going to do stupid things like that. And
behold, it looks like a horse, but it's a cake.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that. I love shit like that.
So I think like most people don't like what you're saying. Like they don't have, after a certain point, they stop reaching. They stop trying so hard for stuff. They stop trying to be cool. And they just like, I got to pay bills. I got to like press this button for 40 hours a week, and whatever this button press is doing, that's 40 hours a week, and I'm done because I go home and I smoke my cigarettes on my porch, or I go watch National Geographic, or maybe I watch fucking reruns of Gomer Pyle, and that's it because I did my thing for the day. I don't need to worry about adventuring and trying to get silver out of people. But I think that would be where I'm going with the hit point basis of it all. And then you got RPG Grandma talking about Metamorphosis Alpha and Arduin talking about how the hit points in these games are front loaded. Don't get anything else after that. I think Traveler's like that too. I'm not certain. I don't think you ever level up again in Traveler.
I'm also used. I'm also used to like Shadowrun, where your wound levels are like unless you raise stats, your wounds never improve. Legend of the Five Rings was another game that, Legend of the Five Rings and Seven Seas was also another games where unless you did something that increases your stats, your hit points never change. And a lot of people learn really fast that 4 hit points per wound level don't last you very long. So, sorry for L5R, having an earth ring of 2, which is your earth ring determines your hit points. Having 2 in each wound level, you die really, really fast. Sorry, having 4 in each wound level because it's earth times 2, you die. So don't die. And I played an entire campaign where I'm like, because I focus so much on not dying, like if you don't get hit, you don't lose hit points. So I'm going to focus on not getting hit. And I made it through an entire campaign with having low hit points. But we also had a girl, Laura. She was the best character. When she joined that campaign early on, she had no idea how role playing worked, but she embraced playing the big giant wall of meat. And she made her character, she was a wall of meat. And she took hits like a fucking champ. Because she's just like, one of her school abilities was just able to just shrug damage off. So she's just like reducing damage, and she's taking the hits for us. She's like, what? God, like what? A four-armed death Oni is out there? Fuck yeah, I'm fighting that bitch. I have my 2-handed hammer. And she would just go out there and beat that fucker with it. And she's taking all the attention, so that way the two of us who are asshole fighters could get in there. We're all asshole fragile motherfuckers who are gonna die if anyone listens to this funny. We run in there and stab the shit, slash the fuck out of him, because she's sitting here taking all the hits. Now, mind you, she looks like she's been beaten. By the end of every fight, she looks like Rocky at the end of any of his movies. I'm fucking half alive.
Got a half hit point left.
Like, she's coughing up blood because of the fact that she's taking the hits and she can ignore the wound damage, because that game has the spiral towards death where as you take damage you get crappier and you take penalties to all your dice rolls. And so she's able to shrug up. She's taking hits, shrugging damage off, and she's barely like she's like, oh, I'm gonna feel this in the morning. She's coughing up blood and looking like an arm half hacked off, and our Shugenji is in the background. He's sitting here trying to go, don't die, don't die, don't die. I need you to not die. And her, please keep me up, Magic Man. I need to not die. And the two of us scrawny motherfuckers who are sitting here looking at we're just average. We're average guys who are like about 5'4", 5'6", and she's this monstrous 6'4" uber bench woman, and she just beating the shit out of everything. And we're sitting here going, "Don't die, don't die, don't die, quick!" And at one point, one adventure, she was nearly dead, and then it's like, well, I guess one of us is going to have to go in there and tank the fucker while she goes collapses in a corner. We're like, and he's like, we're playing we had I was the invincible shield, he was the unstoppable force, and he's like, well, go do your character concept. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And here's me going, let my armor class and parrying abilities and deflection abilities make sure that nobody can roll over a 30. Oh dear God, I'm going to die. If something that could drop her hits me, I'm dead. And he's like, little man. And he's sitting here holding me and following me, like going, deflect the demon long enough to put her back together. Like, that was a fun thing. Oh God, it was so awesome. And I love that. Like, that had a whole different dynamic to it. It was so much more energy than simply she has 300 hit points and she fights at 100% until she's at 0 hit points. Then she falls over, and then Cleric heals her, and then she's back up. No, this was a whole cooler thing because she was actually seriously looking at like, I could actually die here. And we're like, please don't die. We need you, big muscle woman. Muscle mama, we need you. And she's like, I understand. And then she's like still trying to hammer out, doing her job. And I'm like, this kind of experience is far cooler than just simply, I'm a 300 hit point bag of rice. And at 0 hit points, the rice fall out. And then I fall over. I'm sorry, I had to go. I had to rant wonderfully about a memory of about somebody who I had not seen in 20-something years. But she was such a cool person that I still go, no, I like Laura. She was a complete, total badass. She came in. She came in knowing about as much as Janet knows. But by the end of that year, she was fucking swinging. By the end of like the first month, she was swinging with the rest of us, and she was just awesome. And I'm like, so therefore, if anybody goes, I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm like, going, here's your character. Who am I playing? You're not playing anyone dainty. You're gonna go play. You're gonna go play. Imagine what you're going to do, and we will build the character, and you're gonna be fucking awesome. Whatever you do, we're gonna give you an awesome character. Okay. And suddenly, watch them blossom into something awesome. And she blossomed right into being the most badass battle Amazon ever. And I'm like, fuck yes, this is what I want. I want a 6'3" muscle bound badass battle Amazon who just beats people senseless and then looks around afterwards and goes, "You man, mine for the night," and then walks off. And we're like, fuck yes, she's our best friend, by the way. And we all lived in the shadow of her because she just, wherever she walked, the earth trembled, and we were happy about that. And we were like, "Yep, that's awesome." God. And then I just go to other games, and I'm just like, okay, I can't be awesome until level 4. Sorry, guys. At level 4, I become awesome. Well, what happens until level 4? I stand in the background. I don't do much. Okay, at level 4, we all get our cool abilities, right? Okay, we all become cool now, level 4. Okay, when do we become cool again? Level 7, level 8 was when the next major upgrade for all of us happens. So we all need to hang around and do nothing until level 8. This is my problem with Pathfinder. I'm sorry, with D&D 5e and Pathfinder 2. Because I gave that fucking bullshit. Everyone levels up at the same. Everyone's saving throws, armor class, and attack values all raised at the same time, and they equalized out all the armor classes. So there's no more touches to hits, and all this other bullshit all went away. And now everyone, and D&D 5e is worse. It's like you don't get a major increase into your saving throws and attack bonuses until level 4, then level 8, then level 12, then 16, then 20. Those are the only points your attack, save, skill checks, and everything increases. So at that point, I'm like, is there any point to leveling? You get you get new abilities, and is there any point to leveling?
So the thing is that there is a point to leveling, because a lot of people, like in my game, the game I'm running right now, my Pathfinder shit game, Greg is bitching because I got a 42 AC. I'm a 13th level fighter, but like it only takes me 4 hits to get knocked down. And I'm like, dude, one of those is going to be a critical hit. One of those is then the other 3 are going to be like 35 to 40 hit points each. So you go ahead.
Oh dear God! Now, this is another point that I started figuring out that. Okay, when you're level 1, it takes 2 to 4 hits to drop you, right? When you're at level 14, it takes, guess what? Because of all the damage multipliers, all the weird abilities that kick in, and everybody's combat skills, everyone still drops in 3 to 4 hits against a peer opponent. And that's what I look at. What is I don't care about peer, you're up here and you can go and you can kick a Smurf into another time zone. I'm not fighting. You're not fighting Smurf Village. You're fighting peer to peer, peer or near peer threats. And if near peer threats are at the same level you're at, guess what? You still get hit and drop in three to four hits. So in essence, if you reduce everything down, you are still at, especially if everyone's attack and AC advance at the same level, same rate, and your saving throws advance at the same rate, and your skill checks and your DCs increase at the same rate, there is legitimately no point in Pathfinder 2nd Edition or 5e to leveling. All you're doing is numbers go up, but not that much, and you gain new abilities. That's all you're doing. But in essence, if you needed a 14 to be hit by a peer opponent, you're going to need a 14 to be hit by a peer opponent, no matter what level you're going to be at. So at that point, it's like, well, you got to start wheedling little advantages wherever you can to reduce their ability to hit you and increase your ability to hit them. And at that point, what the fuck is the point if everyone progresses at the same rate? Fuck. At this point, why fucking level? Because everyone's going to put.
Why I'm doing the game that I'm doing, because I do have, like, as you get more powerful, as you get more invested in your game, like, you typically will have a character that's more powerful than he was at first level. But in all actuality, like, I want it to be where, like, if you're a 10th level fighter, it's going to take like 6 to 8 hits to drop you.
Yeah.
And that's what I want. You know, I mean, granted, you're not fighting giants like my group is. And giants are fucking power hitters, but like, it should be a game where, like, it'll take a concentrated amount of fucking work to actually drop you to 0. And it'll be stats, it'll be maneuvers, it'll be. And the other thing I worked on today was the rogues. I was thinking about trying to do a play test for today, but I kept working on the rogues and going back and forth. And I finally came up with the talents, but I settled on talents, and precision damage does critical hits. I fucking hate 3.0 and 3.5 and Pathfinder for all of them having such a really wicked sounding thing saying precision damage, not subject to critical hits. Fuck that.
Bullshit. And I think this is why when I look at games where the games become Rocket Tag, this is another thing I really don't like is Rocket Tag, where if you did, like, I know I just went on a big rant about if everyone presents at the same rate, everyone.
I stand here and I whack you. You stand there and you whack me.
But
I hate that.
But here's the other problem: if you have the full attack baseline, half attack, full 3/4, half base attack lines. I'm going to use 3 for this. I had 3 for this example. I had 3rd issue for this example. What you eventually have is the fighter never misses against anybody, because that was okay, because you had multiple attacks, and then they iterate down, like -5, -10, -15 for your bonus attacks. You have offhand, but because of the fact that this is, again, the bad logic that my group I saw is that your first attack will always hit. It doesn't matter what you fight. You're going to hit. You're going to hit them and hit a lot. But your second attack might hit. Your third attack, why bother? Why, like, so at that point, the entire meta that my group went towards, and we still go for it no matter what game we're playing, is fuck multiple attacks. Stack all your bonuses and your sneak attacks, your precision attacks, all your bonus damage. Find abilities and feats that focus all your attacks into one hit, and then hit like a freight train for all their damage, aka Rocket Tag. But at that point, you're amazing. You blast through anything. Walls, monsters, you punch holes through God, you're One Punch Man. Things explode around you because you stab it, you hit it, you punch it, so they died from that one power attack, that one amazing strike. And there's so many ways of doing it. But the thing here is that so you obliterate shit one at a time, and yeah, if the GM throws some trash mobs, you know what? You don't have to auto kill. You can just start butchering your trash mobs, But if the important guy shows up, but here's the thing: is that he's beefed himself up. Now, if I'm looking to create a peer threat that doesn't automatically die to one punch man, to one stab man, that guy has to be powerful enough to stop Goku because Goku's fucking here. And so therefore, these two are way over here, and everybody else in the party realizes that they can't hit what he hits. They can't do the damage he does. They can't do anything. So if the bad guy drops one stab man, we all wipe. And that becomes, because his AC is so high, way outstripping all the rest of us, that means my bad guy, who has to be able to hit one stab man, the overpowered one, the fighter, and to do damage enough to be able to make him actually scared. Because remember, he's a mountain of meat. He's 200-300 hit points of, he's 150, 180 hit points of death. If I hit him for 20, he's not caring. I had to hit him for 40 to 60 to 80 to be able to make him think twice about continuing his attack. And suddenly, the wizard is sitting here going, I only have 85 hit points. If that guy rolls average, I die. The cleric is going, that kind of sucks. 2 hits and I'm down. The rogue, I'm in another time zone. Bye, guys. Because all of them have ACs that aren't high enough. And their hit points are too low. And most of them are going, I need to use some magical bullshit to be able to hit his armor class because it's just too damn high. And now it's like people just die. Now, this is all fun and games. And sometimes when you get the one stab man, I do like one stab man, and I play a lot of them. At that point, you're playing. Hey, at that point, you have Cell show up and go, and here's what you need to do, everybody. Wait for Goku. And everybody else goes, oh, shit. Well, oh, fuck. And you all kind of wait for somebody to show up there. And, I'm sorry, this is a Superman level threat. We all need to wait for Superman because we can't do fucking shit. But these are the problems with either everybody is equal, everybody dies in 2 hits, or one guy is so far above and everyone else is fucking wondering, having to pull out bullshit to be able to give the bad guy a hangnail. And this also reverses the other way for when the spellcasters get to do their bullshit, where their saving throws are so fucking high that everyone else who's not another dedicated caster goes, well, I guess I'm turning to stone. Well, I guess I'm exploding. Oh, man. I would like to do something useful, but I'm mind controlled because my will saves are so low, and I'll never keep up. And at that point, it becomes, what's the only counter for a wizard? Another wizard. What's the only counter for a magic user? Another magic user. What's the only counter for a fighter? Another fighter. But the problem here is that when fighter, it's rock, paper, scissors. When fighter meets magic user either obliterates or dies. And it becomes rocket tag. That's what we always refer to it as. It's like, who shoots first, who wins. And a little bit of strategy there, but it's kind of like, yay, there's nothing really to fucking do. Sure, everybody can carry a crossbow and everybody can nick and pinprick the wizard, or the ow, all these little arrows. Oh, everyone's hurting me because I'm flying and they can all range combat me. Oh, this kind of sucks. But until I cast, oh wait, immunity to normal arrows, but which means now everybody's now carrying magical gear. Fuck! Don't worry, we have enough of that shit. See earlier chat. I had stream, and it's like it leads to kind of bullshittiness where I want everyone to be effective, but I don't want everyone to be the same. And this is a tall order, and trying to look for that particular thing is hard. Is really hard because you got to create bullshit like touch attacks so that way the wizard can actually hit somebody, or you got to make everybody have AC and levels mean nothing, and that's the problem with the current level level basing roll a d20 system, and why I kind of prefer more active games where no, there's multiple like it's not tied together where I'm sorry, I'm wearing full plate and a shield, magical enhancements, protection rings, and these things. Now I'm invincible. And now the only thing that can hit me is a god who, if I die, will then proceed to obliterate. If Godzilla gets killed by another kaiju, well, I'm sorry, the rest of you are fucked. Go Godzilla, save us! Hope Mothra can show up in time. Yay! Hope Eternal, who could do flips on a bar, can save your ass. Fuck that shit. I'm sorry. I'm kind of rambling. But
you are, but I also recognize you're getting tired, so I just let Khy go down to 0 hit points in his fatigue pool, and then
I'll pass out. Oh god.
Yeah, you didn't pass out. That's good. Anything that you want to look forward to next week aside from talking about Magic? Or not next week, but 2 weeks from now.
Honestly, I think we're on Magic. I came prepared for Magic actually, but we did something else, which is even more fun. But I have Spheres of Power already. I had the Spheres of Power wiki up, and so that way I can reference that too, because I love Spheres of Power so much. Spheres of Might was also pretty good, and Spheres of Guile is pretty fun. They're weird, but boy, does that change everything. But no, I'm totally ready for. I'll hopefully be better rested, and I'm totally ready for Magic. And yeah, someday I will actually, I won't say I'm going to make my own role-playing game because everybody else has it. Nobody will like mine. They'll be like, what the fuck is this? It's exalted with levels. Okay, come on. That's what we're playing. And trust me, I was in an exalted chat room, and then I made the mistake of saying, "Hey guys, I figured out how to do the. I did a cardinal sin, and I figured out how to convert exalted into Pathfinder First Edition." And oh my god, the evil looks I got was like, that should never fucking happen. I'm like, but they're already playing an inferior bullshit superhero game. They might as well get a taste of what real superhero fun is without being cape shit. And they're like, you fucking did the cardinal sin. You combined our awesome game with inferior shit. And I'm like, fuck you. Everybody should be able to taste glory and awesomeness. Nobody should be restricted. There are better games, but we're not playing them. But my group isn't playing Exalted, but I want them to experience Exalted. I want them to have the joy of knowing what essence feels like. I want them to have sparkle powers. I want the blessing of the unconquered sun to be on their heads. I want them to have awesome. They're already playing awesome. They have that. It's called epic. It's called epic level play, which was badly written and nobody likes it. Oh, so I'm just taking what's good here and importing it, because obviously, if we can't have perfection, we improve what's defective. If there's anything we've learned, like Exalted players, we all play Solars, right? Yeah, or we play all the various others ones, right? What is our mandate from heaven? Improve creation. And what is D&D? Part of creation? Exactly. So D&D and Pathfinder are part of creation. What is our job as Solars? And is to fix what's broken and encourage people to be awesome. So we should fix what's broken and encourage it to be awesome. They can cling to their failures, but we can show them there's a better way, and then fix things so it can be better. And if people are like, stop using our goddamn ideology against us, and I'm like, good. This is what I like. So excuse me. I'm going to go off here and go make my game more awesome. So therefore, yeah, it's sure it's Pathfinder. Mm-hmm. That's what it says on the goddamn bumper sticker. Exalted. Like it's, but then you scrape it off and go, no, wait, what's going on? What's going on under here? And I'm like, oh, because I've stolen from every other game on the entire planet. I'm sorry. I don't want to play a boring basic game. I don't want to. I don't want to stay. Like, if I know there's better out there, I don't want to stay there. If I'm as a player, I'll accept whatever rules given to me. But as a GM, fuck that shit. Fuck it hard. I'm going to make my game as badass and as good as I can make it because my players deserve good. They don't deserve mediocre. They don't deserve good enough to get by. They deserve awesome. They deserve to be able to, if they want to be heroes, to be the heroes they want to be. If they want to be mud farmers, let them be mud farmers. And I will make I'll make the game the best mud farmer game you'll ever play. But if they want to actually shape history, shape reality, become kings, become presidents, become merchants, I'm going to make the game what they want it to be. If they want to make time machines and go travel through the universe, by God, I'm going to go. I watch me some Mr. Welch's Bad Musings, get some inspiration, and make them a game that they deserve to play. My players are my inspiration. If they want a good game, I'm going to give it to them. I don't care if we're playing Dungeons and Dragons. I don't care if we're playing whatever game engine. If we're playing Shadowrun and they want to pull some Dawn bullshit, guess what? Dawn bullshit can be brought in. I'm going to, like, if they're playing something and they want some Tolkien in there, I'll throw some Tolkien in there. Well, I fucking love those things. I will fucking do it. We will have, if they want Warhammer, by God. Well, we can just play Warhammer Fantasy. Bullshit, yeah, I know. But you know what I can do? I can put the hit locations in and pull this shit. We're going to fucking do whatever the fuck we want. If I want Traveler, but I Traveler in my D&D, I'm putting Traveler in my fucking D&D. Why? Because somebody decided to go ask the question of, hey, I can plane shift, right? Yes. I can gate to anywhere in the universe, right? Yeah. Or I can do Spelljammer, right? Yeah. What else is out there? And then when they ask that question, what is out there? And then they teleport and go find out that 5 light years away there's a merchant outpost, and there's some fucking weird, and people are like, oh shit, as some wizard teleports himself in and goes, where am I? Oh shit, where the fuck am I? And everybody else is like, one moment, Universal Trailer, I kick in and go, you're at the trading outpost number 12, and we have a free trader getting ready to leave dock. Him, sweet, can I go on board? You gotta pay the fare. Do you take gold? Well, let's measure out. Yeah, we'll give you enough for a low berth. Sweet. And now you got a wizard on a traveler free trader jumping off into deep space, heading towards the Imperium. And I'm going, well, good. That wizard's now out of my campaign for the rest of the time because he's off having adventures now in Traveler Land, and I'll be okay with that. Or another player who's like, man, this is a cool magical metal arm I've got, but can I improve it? I go, I have cyberware with your name on it, bitch. I hope you. Eventually, we're gonna see if I can drive you insane. Because I ain't gonna tell you what your current humanity score is because you don't know it. Oh, and then having him slowly slide into cyberpsychosis because he doesn't realize the losses because no one studied it yet, or the people who have aren't telling you. And then, so there's a hidden stat now as he starts to chop more of his own body off, and he becomes more and more crazy and less human. and becoming crazy, going into weird town. I want to do this. If my players ask questions, I want to say yes. I don't, yes, but. I want to say yes, but, not no, or no, but. I want to give them the option. Like, you can have that, but it'll take some work. I don't want to say no because I can imagine a world that's full of badass heroes doing badass, amazing things, and a bunch of people who are kind of happy to see them because, well, shit, the new crop of adventurers just flowed into town, rather than oh, it's the one wizard who exists. Oh, good cleric, could you help me? You are the only cleric in the entire area, and in the entire kingdom of Wakachia. I need you to help me save my baby. Ah, I am a cleric. I shall heal, and now you're the only cleric in the entire kingdom because you're the only one who can, except for the one cleric who's over in Res Town, because it's always Res Town, and the one cleric who's the only cleric there, whose entire job is to when you bring drag a dead body over to them, and they go, "How long have they been dead?" 2 weeks, sir. I shall now go prepare the rituals. Can you please deposit the gems in the bucket, please? I shall now go and res your friend. Your friend is back. Boom. I feel good. If I die 2 more times, I get a free ice cream cone. Yep. All right. And go enjoy yourself. Now I'm going to go stand back here until you need another person rezzed or decursed. Yeah, no thanks.
I love how you just like pull the chain and set Khy down, and Khy will talk, and he will exhaust the topic. It's like having our good friend Omanal in a chat, and just like if you have to do something or if you have to think about something, just like let Omanal in, let him start talking, and you'll have your problem solved, and you can interrupt him like, hey, I gotta say something here. I think I have a situation. Khy, you're good, man.
I enjoy taking things to their more comedic conclusion because when you realize how silly our hobby is and how funny it can get, it's hilarious that when you take the assumptions that are baseline and then drag it out to absurdity, and then when you see how absurd it can get, you can then go, do I want to lead into this? Or do I want it to be fun? Or do I want it to back away from the cringe? And do I want to like modify it some? It's like because I'm totally okay if a GM wants to lean really hard into you are all super special magical snowflakes, and there is no one else like you in the entire universe, and you are the chosen ones, the digidestined, the only ones who could save the world, and cool, lead into that. I will be like, okay, cool, this is our story. We are the super duper magical awesome badass people who are chosen by God. Zordon will give us our powers, and we get to go wander around the world and save every mud farm on the entire existence. Cool. But I'm also okay with you're all dirty, disgusting shit farmers smelling of filth and armed with poop covered sharpened sticks, and go out there and fight some goblins and go work your way up to being awesome. But the death rate is super high because I too have played Warhammer Fantasy Battles, which fantasy role play, which is totally this. Who are you? I am a guy. What do? I have a pitchfork. Oh God, you're gonna die, aren't you? Probably. Poop fork. That's my only way I can hurt someone. It's a give them a horrible infection, and then they die of disease and poison from my poop covered stick. trust me, I've rolled that character. I have rolled the farmer who's been drafted to go out and do something terrible and to go fight some Skaven and going, oh god, all I've got is a sharpened stick. How do I make this better?
I had that situation happen when I played Warhammer Fantasy, and that was not a fun campaign. I actually rolled up the rat catcher, and we had to fight Skaven. And like I thought initially, like this is not going to be a problem. We got it. But
nope, it's a problem.
I died like a putz, man. I really did. They got a critical hit on me with a spear. I couldn't even get close enough to like attack him with my hand weapon. And they impaled me with the spear. They charged back, and then they impaled me up against the wall with said spear, and then I became the pincushion, and my dog died right next to me, and it was just like one of those sad fantasy RPGs.
Yep.
And I love it. That's like the most addictive RPG I've ever played, because like it's like that game is gambling. Like other games have elements of luck in them, like this shit.
No, that's gambling.
But no, Warhammer Fantasy is fucking gambling, because like the longer you play that, the more you're going to have to burn your hero points. The more you're going to have to like, oh god, we're going into combat again. I don't want to go into combat, and I don't have any way to save my ass. And like eventually, you just run out of wounds. That's all there is to it.
Oh yeah, trust me, I know. Quite. It's like there's a reason why everyone goes like, I don't want to die. This world is lethal and horrible and scary, and I don't want to die. And you ever wonder why so many players go, Corn, I will kill many a thing. I offered you much blood and many skulls if you allow me the power to be able to kill more shit. And Corn, all right, here's your power, and now you're a chaos cultist, and now you get a buff because Corn is awesome, and Corn is third best god. I know some people are like Papa Nurgle's, but Papa Nurgle's fourth. I'm sorry. Tough. Being able to take more wounds is okay, but Corn is I deal more damage, yay. But I kind of like wizardy sorcery powers and exploding, so I like Zeech a lot. And well, fuck, I like heavy metal, Slanesh. Fuck yeah, Slanesh best god. There we go. I'll end it on there. We'll come back to Magic next in 2 weeks. Okay.
We'll talk about Magic and various things. I think I want to delve into this book because the opening chapter has a bunch of things that could go into any Pathfinder game.
Oh dear God, yeah.
And like if you don't use the crystal method or the whatever method they have that you acquire your powers and such, like they do offer some things that it becomes valuable stuff no matter what.
Oh yeah.
You want to add this to your game because it requires you to learn basically a whole new system for Magic.
Oh, it is a whole new. I equated it to. I go more into this next time, but like if you know Mage the Ascension and you know its sphere system, dear God, Spheres of Power is definitely just Baby's first Mage the Ascension game. Spheres of Power is definitely that. It's definitely if you got your head if you can wrap your head around Spheres of Power, you can easily wrap your head. You can easily wrap your head around what Arete 1, 2, and 3 spheres can do for you in Mage the Ascension. I mean, some of the high level shit you can do with Spheres of Power is fucking crazy. But we'll get into that next time.
Yes, we will. For everybody that came by tonight, this was almost a 4-hour channel where we talked about various things, from like the groanings of like just basic crap and mundane life to wonderful ramblings on Khy, and this is why we have this, because I need to have Khy depressurized. I need to have him to where he can vent and be sociable. I need him to be able to be workable around people. So we do that. I want everybody to enjoy themselves. I thank you everyone for stopping by tonight. We will be back at this once again in 2 weeks. with discussion on the spheres of power. Wonderful little book series by Drop Dead Studios, and maybe we might even get into the spheres of might as well, because that's interesting. I know that maybe not what you want to hear, but it when you hear us talk about this, it's a different type of system for your game. If you don't like fancy and style magic, this may be the thing you want.
And don't worry, we'll wander off track very easily. So
easily, like a bunny trail in the woods.
Yep.
Good night,
Alrighty.
everyone.
Thank you.
Sleep tight.